Everybody, and thank you for joining us at this regular meeting of the Madera City Council, April 1st, 2020. This is our second City Council meeting with Zoom. For the protection of our council, our staff, and our team here at City Hall, once again, we have City Hall closed, so we will be conducting our regular meeting via Zoom. We welcome everybody who's watching on YouTube and live stream. With that, this meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions under the governor's executive order, which suspends certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act. Social distancing per the executive order will be used at the meeting, and members of the public are strongly encouraged to participate remotely at that says March 18th, but I'm going to say April 1st meeting viewing live stream. Comments will be accepted by email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov. With that, Alicia, if you would please provide roll call.
Mayor Medellin.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. He's having some technical difficulty now. Councilmember Gallegos.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Montes.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember Holly.
Present.
And Mayor Pro Tem Garcia has just joined us.
Can we hear Mayor Pro Tem?
He's muted. Unmute. Yep. Can you hear me?
All right. Our records show that Mayor Pro Tem Garcia is now with us. With that, we will move into the invocation, and immediately after that will be the Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask at this time, if you're able to stand, and Councilman Donald Hawley will lead us in the invocation, and then we'll move right into the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Hawley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lord, gracious Father, we come this day. We thank you for those who are here throughout our city, throughout our county. Lord, go with our staff. Continue to protect them from this Corona-19 virus. Go with our family. Continue to protect them. And Lord, I just want to thank you for the blessings and the care that you gave to my wife while she's in the hospital. And Lord, we just thank all those concerned. And Lord, as we take up on this meeting tonight, we ask that give our staff the knowledge and understanding to deal with the situation at hand, as well as it. And we so kindly give you all the praises and glory. In Christ Jesus' name we say amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman. I'm not sure if we're going to get on screen our wavy flag. Awesome. Joseph, thank you very much. Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation
Under
God,
God,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
all.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. With that, I'll move into the approval of the agenda. I'll ask if any one of my colleagues has any changes or additions to the current agenda. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I so move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Second.
Been moved by Councilwoman Gallegos and seconded, I believe, was it Councilman Montes? Or are you pointing to somebody else? Moved by Councilwoman Gallegos and seconded by Councilman Montes to approve the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving into public comment, the first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes, and speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comments. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold the comment until that item is called. Comments on items listed as a public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is opened. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusions should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time. I do know that we have some emails. I believe Alicia had said we have about 4 emails on public comment, but I will ask at this time if there's anybody here in our lobby wishing to provide public comment via phone. I believe there is. If you just bear with me and let me double check.
Does the host have the capability of unmuting the public comment line?
He is. Perfect. Thank you. Yes, he does. And he just did.
Mr. Mayor, are you set?
Yes, I am. Could everybody hear our speaker?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Bobby Kahn, Madera County Economic Development Commission. I just wanted to come before you tonight to pass along some thank yous from Karen Cieta, who's the Vice President of Real Estate for Villarta Stores. The first thank you she wanted me to convey was to Steve Woodworth, the head building official, for his work and diligence. She came up here to check on some issues. Steve went out of his way to meet with her, and then she said that he's been providing her with regular updates, which she has been just totally grateful for, and says it makes her job so much easier. And she said that she really wanted me to reach out and say a big thank you on behalf of Villarta Stores to Steve Woodworth, and pass that along to the council and the city manager as well. The second thank you she wanted to give was to the Madera Police Department. The first, actually on two items. The first one, they were having a huge issue with homeless and drug addicts breaking into their construction area in the back of the store, which was fenced off, but they were breaking through the fence, leaving drug paraphernalia, sleeping back there. The construction crews were having to chase them out almost on a regular daily basis. So I contacted Madera PD, talked to our commander, Gino. He told me that he would put it on the hotspot list, and so they've been doing random drive-bys. And they also did experience a attempted break-in in the front of the store, and their construction workers keep all their tools inside the store. They said that Madera PD was notified by a citizen that there was a conspicuous activity over there. PD responded immediately. Unfortunately, the truck drove away, but they did manage, you could tell where they had tried to break in. And what she also wanted to really say thank you for was that officer stayed on premises until she could get someone down there and to secure the building again. So I just wanted to pass her comments along. I didn't want to send it in an email form. I just wanted you guys to hear firsthand that Madera PD and your staff are doing wonderful work out there. So thank you very much for the time.
You're welcome, Mr. Khan. Thank you so much for those comments. We love to hear positive comments, and we thank you for coming down and doing so.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the lobby wishing to speak under public comment?
Mr. Mayor, there's no further members of the public in the lobby for public comment.
Great, Chief Watson. Thanks very much. With that, I will ask our city clerk to read the public comment emails that we received.
Thank you, Mayor. The first public comment received was from Gabriela Angeles. To the Madera City Council, I ask that you take a look around your city, understand your communities, and really take a look of the effects that this pandemic is causing here in our hometown. Understand that the stimulus package will definitely not include a very large portion of our city residents who have been here since they were 2 years old. The ones who work in our surrounding agriculture fields are farm workers. They need support too, most of which do their taxes and pay their taxes, DACA recipients who work and contribute to our city's economy and growth, but won't get any help from the government either. What can we do? Hold the stores accountable when they are price gouging the community. Lower city utility prices, waive late fees, don't shut their power or water off for non-payment, as that in itself would be disgraceful and condemned. Those whose mortgages are being deferred should trickle down the benefit to their renters. Enforcement to that, as some are taking advantage of this situation to get ahead on mortgage payments as their renters are suffering to make ends meet, even without paying rent. So just imagine trying to come up with the rent money. It's uncalled for. Suspend any and all eviction inquiries. Don't let it be an option. Please understand some are fine, but most of us are really getting impacted by the COVID-19 from different sides of the arena. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The second public comment is from Madeline Harris. Good afternoon. I am writing to submit public comment on behalf of a Madera resident and tenant who does not speak English or have access to email to submit her comments. However, she wished to make a public comment on the record for tonight's meeting under general public comment. Below, I've included the translated comments followed by Eva's original comment in Spanish. My name is Eva and I'm a tenant and resident here in the city of Madera. I'm not working right now because of the illness that is going around and it is difficult to get the money for rent. I'm wondering if you can help get us more time to put together the money. Our landlord charges us $75 for every day we are late. I want to ask that we not be charged extra money for being late and that we are not evicted from our home because we are not working. It is a very difficult time for us and we need you to do something to prevent that from happening. It isn't just our family either, but rather many of us in the city. We depend on the work in the fields, but most of us aren't working right now. I also wanted to comment that here where I am living, neither the air conditioning nor the heat work. I want to know if the city could come inspect the apartments and the homes when the weather gets warmer. Our landlord just tells us that we are breaking everything, but that's not the case. The appliances are very old, many years have passed, and things do not last forever. They are used daily and eventually age. The landlord gets very annoyed whenever we ask him to repair things. Every request we make of the landlord is treated as an annoyance. The air conditioning broke and we will have to grin and bear it this summer, but the children cannot tolerate the heat. Please come inspect the apartments and take into account that there are children affected. Thank you. The third public comment received by Ed Chacon. Here's an idea. How about a discounted price for propane during this difficult time, especially for senior disabled citizens on fixed income? Minimum price to add 100 gallons is $399. That's $3.99 a gallon, but minimum amount to order is 100 gallons. We have a 200-gallon tank and have not been able to fill it in the last few years with the economy being as bad as it has been for us. That amount is not affordable to most senior citizens and we are left out in the cold, literally. These prices are from our carrier, Suburban Propane. There are cheaper prices from other carriers, but it costs too much to change carrier with all of Suburban Propane service charges. It's impossible to change to a more reasonably priced company. Your attention to this matter would be deeply appreciated. And the fourth public comment is from Madeline Harris. Good afternoon. See below my public comments for general public comment this evening to be read on the record. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I am writing to urge you to call a special or emergency meeting as soon as possible to consider an ordinance formally prohibiting evictions, foreclosures, and utility shutoffs in the city of Madera for the duration of the COVID-19 crisis, which has left many Madera residents without an income and thus unable to pay their rent, mortgages, and utilities. Despite some actions taken recently at the state and federal level, urgent local action is needed. For instance, Gavin Newsom's March 27th executive order does not stop landlords from filing unlawful detainers and proceeding with evictions against tenants unable to pay their rent. At best, Friday's executive order would delay an eviction 60 days. At worst, residents could lose their homes immediately. This is why further action from local jurisdictions is urgently needed to keep residents in their homes and to successfully flatten the curve of COVID-19 infection. Furthermore, while the governor has obtained agreement by several banks to voluntarily defer mortgage payments for 90 days, and the federal order prevents foreclosures on properties with federally backed mortgages, homeowners with mortgages by other lenders and in homes that are not federally subsidized are not protected by these measures, thus necessitating local action on behalf of homeowners as well. For most tenants in Madera, rent will be due on April 1st. Over the course of the past 3 days, I have been receiving calls from scared tenants in Madera who are out of work, unable to pay their rent, and extremely fearful that they may lose their homes. For these residents and their children, an ordinance blocking evictions and foreclosures could be the difference between consistency and chronic homelessness, and during this global pandemic, between life or death. We are calling on City Council to call a special or emergency meeting or Friday to protect those who are unable to pay rent today and at risk of receiving 3-day notices to pay or quit. Should the city wait a week or two addresses this crisis, such delayed action would not help folks who could be intimidated and sent packing this week. It is my understanding that the city has an ordinance regarding evictions and foreclosures that is prepared and ready to be considered by City Council. So we urge you to call a special or emergency meeting for as soon as possible so that the City Council may convene via Zoom telecast to take action on this crisis and release the ordinance language that the city is working with for public review immediately. I have attached a template ordinance language to this email as well for your immediate review. We believe that an ordinance at the local level bearing foreclosures, evictions, and utility shutoffs during the COVID-19 crisis would benefit tenants, homeowners, and landlords alike during these difficult times, and urge you to take a swift action to keep all Madera residents in their homes. That's the final public comment.
Thank you so much, Alicia. I appreciate that. Moving on to our presentation, this is from the Department of Public Health on the COVID-19, which is very fluid and changes daily. And so before we hear from the director, Sarah Boss, Sarah, let me just say, God bless you and your whole department and your whole team. We know it's been a very difficult time and you guys are working endlessly 7 days a week and have a lot on your hands. And so we really appreciate you being here and giving us an update. And so much has happened since the last time you've had a chance to address the council. So with that, Sarah, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you on the latest update.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. We are currently at 25 total cases in Madera County. That includes the original case that was identified as a travel case, isolated, and has since recovered. Many of the others are still under investigation. The individuals that are identified as person-to-person are ones in which we have a known case as a source, and the transmission is known, where they actually made contact and contracted the virus. Under investigation means that we still don't have all the information to know exactly what the full story is. And the reason that it often takes several days for that to happen is because sometimes these connections end up crossing county lines, and we have to access other communicable disease teams in other counties to understand what cases they have and connections that they might have to individuals in Madera. And as you know, we're sandwiched between other counties and we're along the 99 corridor. And so people do a lot of traveling, and it sometimes takes us a while to get to the bottom of knowing, is this person to person, or is it truly a mystery how this person contracted the disease? So among those who have been identified that are not yet recovered, many are in home isolation, and there's many of those that in the next day or two will be medically cleared and therefore classified as recovered. And so you'll want to monitor that list and see how it evolves. We also are able to provide more information on our website, and there's going to be first an update tomorrow and probably more updates to follow. We're going to be able to report out the number of tests that have been sent from Madera County Public Health, and also we're looking at being able to provide the total number of tests that have been done in Madera County. To date, that has been kind of asking for other partners to provide us that information, because many tests are sent directly to commercial labs, and we're not notified until later. But one of the things that we have rolled out recently is what's called delegated authority to medical providers to be able to place individuals into isolation with the power of the health officer order if they have symptoms that are congruent with COVID-19. It's under a health officer order that's called the febrile respiratory illness order. What that means is a person has a fever and they have issues with their lung function. And so if people are presenting with those two things, then we are actually empowering the providers to give them an isolation packet and order, as well as lots of information to help them understand what that means and what they're supposed to do. Our contact information to be able to ask questions. And also, we're going to be getting that information back from those physicians about who has been put into isolation, whether or not a COVID test has been done. So by implementing that process, we should be able to have much better real-time knowledge about what testing is going on from providers in Madera County, but also in Fresno County, because that was a joint effort. We recognize that our healthcare system is really Fresno and Madera. I know there are some people who go into Merced, but the vast majority of our population are either being treated locally in the county or they're heading to Fresno County to receive medical care. So we're getting reports and things from various hospitals to understand the percentage of their patients that are coming from Madera and reside in Madera. And also, we worked very closely with Fresno County to get agreement of health officers, epidemiologists, lawyers, everyone to be able to do this provider reporting and also have providers place people in isolation. All of that is part of a strategy, an overall strategy that we are working very hard to do rapid contact tracing. So when I talk about contact tracing, it sounds complicated, but really it's just like any other investigation. When we identify a patient that's positive, we do an extensive interview with that individual, and we establish when their symptoms came on, how long that they have, if they've been out and around since that time, and who they have come into interaction with. So, and we build a list off of that, of their contacts. And then we're working very closely with our sheriff's department, probation, and district attorney's office. They have investigators who are used to the kind of work where they try and locate where people are and can quickly get to them and provide them with information. So we are within a matter of hours of a positive test. We're conducting that interview and we're getting out to those individuals, utilizing all of those county departments. And those investigators contact that person, go to their location. Usually it's their home because they're supposed to be at home, shelter at home. That individual steps out of where they are, apartment, house, whatever it is, and they stand outside of the car of the investigator. So we don't have to use up our masks and our personal protective equipment to be able to do this process, but at the same time, the investigator and that individual are able to see each other, which is super important because people are receiving information that's hard to receive, and it causes a lot of anxiety and concern. They have a lot of questions, and we have trained the investigators with lots of tools and they have information that they leave behind for that individual to explain what it means to be a contact, and if they have symptoms, how to go about getting tested, and what it means to be in isolation or quarantine. And sometimes people are confused about those two words. Isolation means you have symptoms. Quarantine means you've been in contact with somebody who's a known case, but you don't have symptoms at this time. And so information about what that looks like, what's expected of somebody who's placed into isolation or quarantine. What does it mean to have a room that's totally dedicated to them, away from everyone else? A bathroom that's isolated if possible, but if it's shared, what are the expectations with regard to sanitizing it after that person using it? And what that does is it controls the spread. And so what we're trying to do is, as soon as we have a positive, we want to get out to people quickly so that we can get them into isolation or quarantine. And we already know that shelter at home is helping with this, but the faster we can get out to those potential positives and get them isolated, the better. So that information comes back to us, and then we have a team of people that are monitoring on a daily basis individuals who are in isolation and quarantine that we know are known or contacts of known cases, because we want to monitor their tests very carefully. And if any of those tests become positive, then that triggers that exact same process where we do that intensive interview and we know who they came in contact with, and the system repeats. So our goal is to stay, that's called containment. It's a specific phase of a response for a disease. So it starts with containment, and then when our resources are, they just come to the end of our ability to contain because it's spread and there's too many contacts and we're getting too many positive that come in from different places, and we just can't get out to all those people and get them in isolation. Then usually what comes next is mitigation. But in this particular case, we've used a lot of the tools in our mitigation response already. So shelter at home is a mitigation response. Only having essential businesses function, implementing social distancing, giving people lots of instructions about washing their hands and sanitizing. All of those are mitigation strategies. So we're actually utilizing mitigation to help us stay in containment. Once we come out of containment and those cases are too much for us to handle, part of that is whether or not more and more people are ending up in the hospital or needing medical care. So while we're trying to stay in containment, at the same time, we're also planning with the state, with Fresno, with Mariposa, with Tuolumne counties, we're preparing for hospital surge. And surge is defined as lots of patients showing up all of a sudden. And we can see, and we've got some models where we're looking ahead at what the first stage of surge would look like and how it might progress based on what we know about the disease so far from the science that's come from other countries and other places in the United States, like New York. And using those models, we're putting together the best plans that we can. And there's a fair bit of estimation and guesswork in it because we don't know everything about this virus yet. The science is still emerging. And so we're preparing for that surge process and we're preparing across the two counties, Madera and Fresno, so that there's good communication between those hospitals. When one hospital reaches their max, how can they transfer patients to others? And we're working with the state. We just got off of a call right before I got on here about hospital surge and different actions that the state is taking to be able to deploy federal resources to establish federal medical sites. And it's all quite complicated. What building can you use? And it has to meet certain standards. And where do the healthcare workforce come from? Because it's just supplies, the physical infrastructure to put it together. So we're having all of those conversations at the same time. It's a really interesting process to run one part while planning for the next, anticipating what that might look like and how we can do our best effort to be prepared and take care of people. But that's why we're focusing so much on staying in containment as long as possible. And part of what that does is if we get people into isolation, you've heard that term of flattening the curve. If we have fewer cases that come slower, then it's very likely over the course of time before a vaccination comes that many of us will get COVID-19 at some point. And so we know what the percentage of the population that we anticipate would need significant medical care. We want to protect that vulnerable population. But as vulnerable individuals do become sick, we want to provide them with the best medical care possible. But if we can spread it out so that they end up in the hospital a little bit at a time instead of all at once, then they're going to be able to get care that they need and will have the best possible outcomes for those individuals. So I hope that helps people kind of understand overall how our approach is. And then also I wanted to give out some information I shared on an executive call earlier today. And you may have read about this already. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention did release information yesterday to let us know that they do have more information about the virus that was not known before. And the most important part about that is there are individuals that appear to have the virus but don't have symptoms. And so at this point, it's unknown as to whether or not they will develop symptoms eventually or whether or not they are just carriers and they will never develop symptoms. That's yet to be determined. But they've already been able to identify that there are individuals who did not have symptoms for a period of up to 48 hours before they got sick, that they actually did transmit during that time. They were shedding virus for 48 hours before they had symptoms. What that means is, well, that's the first thing. The second thing that CDC said was they now believe that the virus is 3 times more infectious than the flu. So it's even more important than ever that residents follow the guidance that's been provided about sheltering at home. And so we really encourage people to be very careful about their decisions with regards to what is essential business, and ask questions like, is this something that I really need, or is it something that I like and I really want? And when people go out for essential business, going in, getting what they need, and getting out, going right back home, not standing in the store for a long time, browsing for different things. Usually we have some patterns about the kinds of things that we use, and so we can probably have a good list prepared of what we need, get in and get those things, and then leave. We're also really encouraging businesses to be proactive, to help people adopt this new behavior, because it's difficult for all of us. It's not how we usually operate. And so sometimes you walk into a store and, oh, look at that, that's interesting. And you're not really thinking about, oh, I really should be leaving. Or, oh, that's that toy that I saw advertised. There it is. I'm going to go and check it out. We want businesses to, first of all, consider the square footage of their business. How many people can reasonably be inside of their location and still appropriately social distance? They need to monitor that and not allow more people into the building than what's appropriate for social distancing. Plan for things like spreading out and opening up multiple registers so that people are not in lines right next to each other, and encouraging people to space in those lines. Maybe roping off areas to products that are not actually essential, like toys, things like that. So these are suggestions. It's some things for people to think about. We don't want to overly reduce. We understand the need for people to have an income and for the economy to continue. We have to weigh and measure that with the realistic cost to the community with regards to this illness and the spread of the illness. And so we definitely want to be able to recover effectively with regards to our businesses. So this is guidance and encouragement. And certainly with regards to any social gatherings that people might be having, it's critical that at this point people follow the orders that have been provided. We are told that California Department of Public Health is going to be coming out with more guidance with regards to covering people's faces and different methods that are more effective for how to do that. We've talked about that on a call today with our entire region of public health directors and health officers, and discussed potential guidance that we might put together. And there's a lot of unknowns that we're trying to weigh and measure. And so our goal is to provide guidance to people so that at least our best knowledge is put out there with the information that we have. But we're also waiting to see what it is that CDPH provides as guidance. So those are the big updates. We're continuing to work on all fronts with regards to increasing testing capacity. There's a big effort around that right now, and I'm on the phone with media and Congress people and stuff like that to be able to get those assets released to smaller locations like Madera County and really the Valley. And so I think that the real pluses that we have going for us is when I was on a call earlier with other counties that are smaller and rural in California, and I was able to describe the collaboration that's happening between the Sheriff's Department and Public Health, and how we're deploying lots of county staff to be able to do this effort and multiplying the impact of public health departments. People really had like some envy of Madera County and the resources that are being deployed, because not all local health departments have that strong relationship to be able to utilize sheriff's deputies and DA and probation the way that we have been able to do in Madera. It's going to really help us stay in containment for a longer time. And then also, of course, the partnerships with our cities, with other partners, ministerial association, all of those great partnerships that have been in place in Madera for a long time are really serving this community in amazing ways. And so I think that there are some things that we can look at as real positives and encouraging, and that I'm really thankful for at this time of uncertainty.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and I agree. I think the partnerships we have here in Madera County are just so invaluable. A couple of questions going back to about the number of cases we have here in Madera County. Maybe I missed it, but if somebody gets tested in Fresno or Madera or Mariposa County, or they work elsewhere or work here and live elsewhere. So when you talk about a case that somebody has tested positive in Madera County, does that necessarily mean that that's where they were tested, or that's where they live in the county?
So all of the reporting that's happening by local health departments, the cases that we're reporting are the cases of people who reside in Madera County.
Okay.
So if they got tested in Fresno because they went to a Fresno healthcare provider, that test result is provided back to the county of residence, and we are the ones who report it.
Got it.
So that's why it's super important that we're working with our neighboring counties, because it's that reporting process and sharing of information. That's part of it. But the other part of it is the virus doesn't know county boundaries, and people don't necessarily function in county boundaries. And so if they happen to have attended something and multiple people were there might have been a person from Merced and there might have been a person from Fresno. And so we have to notify those other counties that they're a close contact of now a confirmed case that was in Madera. So it gets to be very complicated on the back end. It feels rather straightforward in terms of we're providing, the cases and the numbers and how it happens. But on the back side, it really is a spider web, and we have giant whiteboards that are connecting people together. It's a different kind of investigation, but we're using very similar methods that you might have seen in crime investigations and that kind of thing, because we're making links between events and people and how it happened to better understand the movement of the illness and how we need to respond in terms of putting people in isolation so that it slows the spread of the disease.
Thank you. And talking about no boundaries for this horrible virus, I've seen you on the news quite a bit, and on social media, you have a great effort on informing the public. But we have quite a few residents in the city and county of Madera that don't have internet access or on social media, and that speak Spanish. Television stations like Univision contacting you? Or are you constantly contacting them? Or how are we reaching all four corners of Madera County with updated information?
So when we put out our updates and our press release, we are sending it out to, I believe the list is like 46 different news outlets. We're doing big blasts of all the information so that those media outlets are updated. And I know Spanish radio is super important for reaching our population, and they're involved up with that. And we approached Radio Bilingüe. We just recorded a public service announcement from our health officer, Dr. Simon Paul, for Radio Bilingüe. And so we've been really mindful of that and wanting to reach out and make sure everyone is receiving that information.
Fantastic. Thank you very, very much. I'll ask if any of my colleagues have any questions for Ms. Boss.
I have one, Mayor.
Of course, Councilman Montes.
And I apologize if I missed this, Sarah. But for healthcare providers and when people are in isolation, what, if any, and I apologize if I missed this in the beginning, what measures or what do we have to actually compel people to do that?
In terms of the providers?
Or authority or your organization, or say our organization?
So during a time of emergency, the health officer has certain powers to direct and order the actions of entities as well as individual residents. And so we have had lots and lots of cooperation, and our healthcare partners have definitely been on, cooperative and wanting to be on a team with us. And so at this point, we don't have any concerns with regards to whether or not providers would actively give out the health officer order to isolate individuals and then provide that data back. We are answering their questions about the process of that, but the response that we've gotten is we are going to be training our staff and putting this in place, and we expect that we'll have very good response with regards to providers taking that action and doing that. Now, in terms of the isolation itself, we have 3 health officer orders at play here. There's a separate order that's for quarantine, a separate order that's for isolation, and an order for febrile respiratory illness. And the febrile respiratory illness order delineates several different things. The first is it orders hospitals to report this febrile respiratory illness data, that now we've rolled out a mechanism to be able to do that. It also orders employers to monitor symptoms of their employees and send them home sick if they are sick. We are working on an update to our website and a packet for employers to be able to do that, including a template of a letter that they could give their employee, information about how they can be cleared to come back to work is going to be up on our website very soon. The third one orders residents to monitor their own symptoms, and if they have symptoms, they need to isolate themselves. And so those orders, those health officer orders during an emergency, which has been declared, has the power of enforcement with a misdemeanor. Now, that's written into the health officer order, into the law about health officer orders. Our goal has been from the beginning that the health officer order really provides this is serious quality, and that we are wanting to seek voluntary compliance as much as possible. We don't have any intention of having law enforcement with this unless we have an individual who is like actively shedding virus all over the place by coughing. You know what I mean? Like if they're, being active in exposing lots of other people, then I think we would get to a step that looks something like that. But our goal has been working between all of our departments to communicate the importance and the value of people complying with these orders, to protect the people that are around them that they care about, and then communicate with the health department any concerns that they have about their ability to follow the instructions.
Okay. So from your answer, it sounds like we haven't really had to escalate anything.
We don't have to, and we don't want to. It's only if we really, really need to for the protection of the community that we would ever take steps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia has a question.
Yes, thank you very much for your enlightening comments in this presentation. It really hit to home what we're dealing with in our community. As city council members, we've been getting calls from different people concerned about different types of issues, and there's a lot of different things. So to me, it just seems that when a person goes in and then they're going to have to be isolated or quarantined, they're going to start freaking out. Am I going to be the next one to die? Am I going to infect my grandfather? So it's a very emotional. This is so new to us right now, and then people are just freaking out. So they pick up the phone call, and to pick up the phone and call, hey, what's community hospital doing? They didn't keep me. They didn't keep me overnight and stay there for days. And to me, I already know that we just don't have the capacity to be able to. I mean, now we have 25, and who knows what we'll have next week. But people are scared. They're looking at this in a brand new light. And I just hope that we have the patience to be able to explain to them, give them the proper education so that they realize while you're being, looked at and being treated, it's okay for you to be at home as opposed to being in the emergency room. So I just want to thank you for your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Robinson.
Yes, I'd like to talk to her about, our citizens using the parks, the golf courses, and the hiking trails. Is it all right if they, maintain social distancing?
At this time, the guidance is that it's okay for people who are not in isolation or quarantine, that they're able to go to the park as long as they are only with family members that they're in their same home. So I know that we got a contact with the golf course, and they were implementing things like only one person in the golf course and spacing people out in terms of who started on the course so that there would not be interaction between players. And so basically, if a family unit who is in their home sheltering in place together wants to go to the park together, they can do that. What they can't do is people from two different homes going to the park together.
Okay, because see, like, I was driving past the new county health building. I saw a whole pack of health officials walking together in the pack. I was saying to myself, well, they're not practicing social distancing at the county building, the new one.
I'll address that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Again, Sarah, thank you very, very much for taking the time and updating us. We look forward to that. And I'm sorry, Councilman Rodriguez, did you have a question?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I typed that in there just to see if we can get, I'm not sure if there's a protocol for us to raise our hands or something.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, it's right here. My apologies. It's right here.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sarah, I know there's been a lot of hype about masks, and thank you again for that thorough update. I appreciate that. Is there, aside from the shelter in place and all the other preventative measures that we're taking, when people are out doing their essential business, does the county have a position with respects to masks? And I'm not sure if there's if masks do in fact deter the prevention of the spread of the virus, but I'd like to hear your take on that. And should we encourage our residents?
So what we're doing is we're waiting for some guidance from the California Department of Public Health. That we did have a conversation between our regional public health departments today with regards to masks. We know that if individuals wear real masks, the proper surgical masks, that it can have some positive benefits, especially now that we know that the virus may be shedding from people who are asymptomatic. They don't have symptoms. At the same time, there's a massive shortage of masks. So we don't want residents using all of the masks that we need for our healthcare workers and for our first responders. So there's a delicate balance in this. And with regards to homemade masks or cloth masks that people might use, it's not 100% known how effective they are. There's a few studies that are out there. At best, we're looking at 10 to 20% health or effectiveness. And so what we talked about was the importance of people doing the social distancing. So we're a little concerned about putting out guidance that everybody should wear masks, because then we're kind of concerned that people will then think, oh, because I have a mask, I can be right up next to somebody and I don't have to be 6 feet apart. That's not true. It's still, wearing the mask is only going to provide an extra buffer. And if both people are wearing masks and they're 6 feet apart, then that could provide, and so that it's a murky thing that we're really talking through right now. I think if somebody wants to put a bandana or a scarf on, that's not a problem. We would definitely want them to wash their hands before they put it on, and then wash their hands before they take it off. Because we get the germs on our hands and then we touch our face, and if we've touched surfaces and things like that, then that becomes a problem. So we want to, if somebody's going to be making contact with their mouth, their nose, their eyes, we want to make sure that they wash their hands before they do that. And so anything that comes out from CDPH, we're told, is going to be guidance. It's not going to be required. And we just want to make sure that people have adequate resources, and that we're also aware of how this might be perceived, and then people feel even more fearful, and people who are very, very fearful sometimes don't make the best decisions. And so we don't want people to panic if we provide guidance about covering our faces. So it's a delicate balance that we're trying to put together around protecting people from the illness, but also understanding public perception and how do we help people get through this process in a way that's productive. That doesn't really a direct answer to your question.
No, and I'm glad, thank you for that guidance, because I think our local residents, not only here in Madera, but I think around the world, have taken to the call of action, which is, don't go out and take all these masks. So people are starting to make these homemade masks, and not having the proper guidance, then, residents will take to action and want to develop their own masks. Not having that data showing whether prevent or not is something that should be useful, and I think would be a good guidance for our local residents. So hopefully when that does come out, that we also post that and keep our residents apprised of that information.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Boss? Sarah, thank you very, very much, and give our appreciation to the whole team at Madera County Public Health. Again, God bless you all, and continue to stay in good spirits. It's a long road ahead, but we'll get through it.
Well, and thank you to all of you. I know you're fielding lots of phone calls from community members that are scared and often upset, and so we appreciate your partnership, and we're all public servants really doing our best. And so thank you for all of your hard work as well.
You're
appreciate
welcome. Welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Sarah.
Mr. Robinson, did you have a
yes,
question?
I'm wondering, like for instance, our homeless, if like one person get infected, do we have a place where they can be isolated?
So we're working right now, and we've identified several different potential hotels in which we would be able to identify a location for an individual who's homeless who would need to be isolated. That is part of the plan that we're working on.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Have a
very
good
much,
evening.
You too. Thank you. Before we move into consent calendar, I inadvertently missed a written public comment request. So I'm going to go back to public comment and ask our city clerk to read that additional emailed comment.
Thank you, Mayor. This public comment message is from Leah Alvarez. I think we need to enforce social distancing more in Madera. Limit the number of people in stores. If possible, patrol neighborhood parks. I've seen a lot of families in the parks. Also, there's a lot of local businesses that are not on the list of essential services that have been open.
Great, thank you. Thank you for reading that, Alicia. We appreciate it. And I'll move into the consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If a discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request the item to be removed from the consent calendar, and it will be considered separately. So I'll ask of my colleagues, council only, if there's any consent item that you would like to pull to further discuss. I do believe we got a written request regarding item B7 from Mr. Baldwin Moy. I am not sure if he's here this evening. Alicia, has he contacted you, or I'll ask Chief Watson if he's here?
No, he did not contact me.
Okay. And I don't believe he's in.
There's no one in the lobby for public comment.
Great, Chief. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
So he's been asking for a letter of support. I'm not really sure, because in this, he's talking about urging small businesses or other businesses in Madera to support the census. I know that the city council has already approved a resolution supporting the census.
So he's looking, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, a letter from the city?
Yes, he's asking the city to send a letter to the business community asking for more support.
Okay.
For the complete count of the census.
Okay. And I think we're going to have, I believe we're going to have an update on the census soon. Any other questions or any other items from my colleagues regarding the consent calendar? If not, I'll entertain a motion for consent.
So move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve the consent calendar as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Before we move on, I know this is something new we're getting used to. Councilman Rodriguez had posted on the chat that he had a question, which is fine. I have the chat list next to me. If while somebody's talking or you have a question or something to say, that would be fine. Or if you just want to raise your hand or do something like that, we'll try our best to get through this if you have any questions or concerns. My apologies if I don't see you. I have 25 squares in front of me and I'm trying to look at everybody at once, as well as the agenda, as well as the chat. So bear with me and I'll do my best. That being said, we'll move into item D1 under petitions, bids, resolutions, ordinances, and agreements. Item D1 is to waive full reading and consider introduction of an ordinance of the City of Madera adding section 1-6.18 to Title I, Chapter 6 of the Madera Muni Code relating to city manager authority on claims against the city. And I believe this report will be given by Ms. Silva.
Yes. So in order to increase operational efficiencies, the city attorney has drafted an ordinance that would delegate the following authority to the city manager. Authority to determine the timeliness and sufficiency of claims filed under the Tort Claims Act. Authority to reject all claims and authority to settle any claim valued at $10,000 or less. Of note, the government code provides that delegation of authority in a general law city shall not exceed 50,000 under the Tort Claims Act, and the recommended 10,000 settlement authority is well within that limit. The requested action is to introduce the ordinance delegating the authority to the city manager as noted in the report.
Councilman Rodriguez, did you have a question?
No, I did not. I'm sorry. During your the time where you were describing the chat or I wasn't sure if the chat was the best way to use of it or maybe the raise of a hand. There's several options there. I don't know, maybe Mark can certainly comment on that, but no, go carry on. We're good.
Okay, I saw the raised hand, so I just wanted to acknowledge. Thank you.
The raised hand can show up for the host, for the mayor. There is a reaction, but that reaction goes away very quickly, so it might not be seen.
Got it.
Okay, Mayor, we're good.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Wendy, was that the presentation? So I'll now ask if there's any questions for Ms. Silva regarding item D1. Or I'll ask if there's anyone from the lobby wishing to speak on this particular item.
Mayor, there's no one in the lobby to speak.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll bring it back to council for action.
So move to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Wendy. Item D2, this is consideration of adopting resolutions approving agreements for planning, zoning, and environmental review consultant services and an on-call city planning service with the following firms. One is Rincon Consultants, Inc., not to exceed $50,000. And the second one is Provost and Pritchard Consulting Group, also not to exceed $50,000. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Arnoldo Rodriguez, City Manager. The item before you this evening is a request to approve 2 contracts, both in the amounts not to exceed $50,000. As the council is very well aware, we have high expectations here at the city in terms of providing quality customer service to our local development community, a lot of our constituents. One of the challenges that we've had more recently is we have had some unexpected turnover in the department, and whenever you have unexpected turnover, it makes it a little bit challenging to continue that quality service. So as a result of that, we did bring in Daryl Unruh, who's currently our interim planning manager. I was about to make Daryl the city manager, and so Daryl is a retired city manager or planning manager, and so he's been assisting us. But again, we're running a bit lean. The community development has high expectations. We have Village D, which is a large project, and at the same time, we still have some projects that are on the docket. Even with everything happening around us, we still have an obligation to ensure that we're moving some of these projects forward, because a lot of the planning projects do not take 2 or 3 months to complete. Rather, some of them can take months up to years. And so one of the things that we want to do is to bring in some additional resources to make sure that we're continuing with that quality service. So we did reach out to some local firms. We received 3 proposals, and at this time, staff is recommending that we approve contracts with 2 firms, one of them being Provost and Pritchard, and the second one being Rincon. Both of these firms have extensive city planning experience and CEQA experience. So with that being said, staff is anticipating that they assist city staff with assistance in preparing either CEQA documents or also entitlement processing, for example, use permits and subdivision agreements and the like. So again, this evening, we are recommending that the council approve 2 different, there are 2 different resolutions, one for each firm in the amount not to exceed $50,000. Funds currently are available, again, because we have had unexpected turnover in the department. If we had not had some of that turnover, more than likely we would not be bringing this item before the council for your consideration. So that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. You know, this actually, this is a good thing that we need additional help, which means that there's quite a few projects moving forward in the city. You had mentioned Village D. Freedom Industrial Park is another one. I believe at 145 in Pecan, there's some proposed residential at Olive and 28 or Tozier, I believe it is proposed some retail and some others. And so I think it's a great thing that we need to reach out for a little bit of assistance because we have so much going on. So thank you very much for that. I'll ask if there's any of my colleagues with any questions regarding this particular item. Is there anyone here in the lobby wishing to speak on this particular item?
Mayor, there is no one in the lobby wishing.
Thank you very much, Chief. With that, I'll bring it back to council for action.
So move to approve.
Second.
Once again, it has been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve item D2 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item D3, this is consideration of adopting a resolution approving a MOU between the City of Madera and the Madera Police Officers Association and authorizing the city manager to sign the memorandum. It says report by Ms. Silva.
Wendy, you're
not all right.
Screen.
There we go.
You're not sharing the screen, the presentation.
I've only got one screen and it's showing shared, so I'll try again. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the city was in negotiations with the Madera Police Officers Association for several months. Their MOU expired June 30, 2019. We have reached tentative agreement on the proposed terms for a successor MOU. Those terms are the length or duration of the MOU will be through June 30, 2021. Relative to salary for fiscal year 1920, each member of the Police Officers Association who's a member upon approval of the MOU will receive a one-time payment equal to $1,500. For fiscal year 2021, employees will receive a 2% cost of living adjustment effective July 1, 2020. With regard to retirement, original classic employees will pay an additional 1% towards the employee contribution to CalPERS. With regard to medical, meaning health insurance, the city's contribution will remain the same. Employees will pay any increase in medical premiums, and this began July 1, 2019. The table on your screen shows the employee contributions currently. The monthly contribution for employees is on the far right. Employee-only coverage is approximately $31 per month, and family coverage is currently at $85 per month to the employee. And the last was an item of clarification. The city provides 3 days of non-chargeable bereavement leave for parent, spouse, or child. And we added clarification that it also applies to registered domestic partners. So the terms of the MOU, the net cost of the agreement, the $1,500 one-time payment based on the current number of individuals in the bargaining unit is a cost of $120,000. Employees picking up 1% of PERS for the remainder of the fiscal year, that's about not quite 6, a little over 5 pay periods, is about $6,000. So the net cost is $113,985 for the current fiscal year. The estimated cost of a 2% COLA being effective on July 1 is $132,136. And then a full year of employees picking up the 1% on PERS was $27,348 for a net cost in year 2 of $104,788. The recommended action this evening, because the parties have met and conferred in good faith in accordance with the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, the recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the MOU. Are there any questions that I could answer for council?
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Seeing none, I don't see anybody here in the audience that has a question. So if there are no questions, I will call for action from council.
So move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve item D3 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item D4 is consideration of adopting a resolution approving an MOU between the City of Madera and the Law Enforcement Mid-Management Group and authorizing the city manager to sign the memorandum. I believe there was a correction to the attachment on item D4, which we have provided online, that correction. Is that correct, Alicia?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So with that, once again, I will turn it over to Ms. Silva for the presentation.
All right, just confirming, are you seeing my presentation?
No.
No.
I will stop it and restart it again. Now do we see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So this is your law enforcement mid-management unit. Let me get my presentation to advance. Once again, we have been in negotiations for several months, and the law enforcement mid-management unit has agreed to accept the city's last best and final offer, which was issued late fall. The term of that MOU will also be through June 30, 2021. For salary, In fiscal year 1920, the current fiscal year, there will be a 2% cost of living adjustment effective upon adoption of the Memorandum of Understanding. There is no retroactivity. Fiscal year 2021, there will be no additional salary increase. The 2% will carry forward, which is shown in the costing of the agreement, but there's no additional increases on top of the 2% that will go into effect upon adoption. With regard to retirement, original classic and tier 1 employees will pay an additional 1% towards CalPERS. With regard to medical, this is the same chart you saw in the last presentation. Employees pay the difference that began on July 1 between the city's contribution and the premiums for health. So that ranges from $31 a month to $85, depending on enrollment level. And the same clarification on bereavement leave related to registered domestic partners. The cost of the agreement, the 2% COLA for the remainder of this fiscal year is roughly $3,400. Classic employees paying 1% of PERS would subtract about $1,300 off of that. So the net year one cost to the city is about $2,000, $2,087. As I said, the 2% COLA continues in year 2, so it's shown here as the full year cost. So that's $15,492 for the full year, offset slightly by the employees picking up the 1% in PERS, which a full year is smidge under $6,000 for a net cost of approximately $9,500 in year 2. So the recommended action, as the parties have met and conferred in good faith, is to adopt the resolution approving the MOU with LEM.
Thank you, Wendy. Any questions from council regarding this report? I see no one here in the public wishing to speak. So if there are no further questions, bless you, Wendy. And thanks for using your elbow. I will bring it back to council for action.
I still move to approve D4 as presented.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Councilwoman Gallegos and seconded by the ever quick Councilman Robinson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much by all parties.
He was a track star, Mr. Mayor, by the way.
I'm sorry?
He was a track star, by the way.
Yes, that's true. That's true. I should not be surprised. Item D5, this is consideration of adopting a resolution amending the sales price listed in the purchase agreement for parcel 16 within Freedom Industrial Park located at the northwest intersection of West Pecan Avenue and South Pine Street to Span Development LLC. Mr. Rodriguez will be giving this report.
Good evening, Mayor. The next two items, item D5 and D6 on your agenda, are they're similar, but yet they're different because it actually geographically they are about the parcels are nearly right next door to each other. So there is going to be some overlapping information. So if I sound redundant, that's just because I want to ensure that the council has a full understanding of what we're trying to do. And before I start, are you seeing my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the item before you is a request to modify a sales agreement that was agreed to back in 2017. Now, before I start, I think it'd be beneficial just to provide a summary of really the history of Freedom Industrial Park and how we got to where we're at. So a number of years ago, this is coming out of the recession, Span Development, which is their corporate office is here in Madera. They are an international developer, approached the city and asked if there was an opportunity to partner on constructing some form of industrial park. And again, the timing was the city and the national economy was coming out of the Great Recession, and there was a lot of unknowns at the time. So Freedom Industrial Park was roughly approximately 90 acres, and at the time it was owned by Span Construction. The city at the time agreed to invest roughly $4.55 million, so about $4.5 million for some of the off-site improvements to the external roads, being Pecan Avenue, which is formerly known as Avenue 13, and then also Pine Street. Span Construction in turn developed the internal roadways. And then as part of the agreement, in in return for the $4.55 million, the city obtained a title to roughly 33 acres, just a slightly less, but for ballpark area, it's slightly 33 acres. And it was a total of 6 parcels. So in terms of the 6 parcels, the city intends on keeping the larger of the 6 parcels. And that parcel is partially developed already with the city's transit center. Long term, the goal is to develop the new public works yard or the corporation yard at the site. I can tell you with a straight face, we have not identified any funding for the ultimate build out. However, we have started, and the transit facility should be nearing completion here. Unfortunately, we're probably not going to be having a groundbreaking ceremony in the next couple of weeks as we initially intended, simply because of the COVID-19 virus that's occurring. So back in 2017, the city sold parcel 16, and this item tonight specifically about parcel 16, item D5 is, item D6 on your agenda this evening is regarding parcels 12 and 13, which are the 4th bullet point on the slide. Parcels 15 and 14, council may recall that last summer, we actually sold those to Trampac. And if one were to drive out there right now and have some aerial photos, you'll notice that the Trampac building is nearly complete. And they should be moving into it, they're probably moving into it as we speak. So here's an aerial photograph. I apologize, the aerial photo is a little dated. So here's West Pecan Avenue, here's Pine Street. The overall Freedom Industrial Park, again, it's roughly 90 acres, and you can see the 2 roadways. So the city's portion, the city's contribution, the $4.55 million went for improvements on Pine Street and for improvements on Pecan. Span built Victory and Independence. Now on this aerial photo, you'll notice that Deer Point is here. There's a pad here, that's parcel 16. That's the parcel we're discussing this evening. And then if you were to drive out there, parcels 14 and 15 are right here, and they are developed as well. And so here's another map where I've color coded some of the parcels. So Deer Point is the yellowish color. Deer Point has purchased parcel 9 off of Span, and they're going to be expanding their operations. The 2 green parcels, 14 and 15, are Trampac. Item D6 this evening are parcels 12 and 13. The city's transit facility is parcel 11, and that's currently being developed with the transit yard, which is a relatively smaller element of the overall ultimate build out of parcel 11. And then we have parcel 16. So again, the city agreed to sell Span parcel 16. There was an agreed to price back in 2017, and that building is nearly completed. It's over 37,000 square feet. Span Construction has also submitted plans to build a mirror building of 37,000 square feet right here. And so he submitted those a while back. I'm not too sure if where the review's at, but they are in for plan check, and they've informed us that they're going to be moving on that relatively quickly. I put potential new building. We have been in discussions with a relatively large user, 124,000 square foot building. So to put that in perspective, Trampac is about 64,000 square feet. And if you go out there and if you look at the building, it's large. Well, if you can only imagine a building that's twice the size, it's a very, very large building. They have not purchased the property, but we've been in ongoing discussions between Span Construction and the company that's looking at relocating. They're currently not in Madera, but their plan is to consolidate a lot of their California operations to here to Madera. Here's an angled photo that we took last month. So here's Trampac, or maybe this was 2 months ago, I apologize. So here's Trampac. This is Deer Point. This is the subject site. So that's the 37,000 square foot building. And that's this item this evening. And then we have the transit facility right here. And so here's another angle. Here's South Madera High School. There is the track. There is the ag department, the ponding basin, again, Deer Point, the subject site, the transit center, and Trampac. So a little bit more history on parcel 16. The council agreed to sell the parcel back in September of 2017 to Span Development. The appraised value of the property at the time was $2.02 a square foot. At the time, the agreement was was that the city was going to sell Span the property. Span would pay the city for the property once 50% of the building was occupied. So that obviously provided Span some flexibility. Span has notified the city that that threshold has been met, so he's attempting to pay us. So one of the things that we more recently noticed is that the appraisal incorrectly appraised the property, not for square foot in terms of the appraised value of the property, but rather the acreage of the property. And this was, it was not malicious, it was simply an error. So the agreement it identified the property as being 3.64 acres, which is the gross acreage of the property. The net acreage of the property, so after dedication, is actually 3.38. So the appraisal in 2017 was based on a subdivision map, on a parcel map that measured to the center line of the roadway, not to the property line, so not the usable property. And what I will add is having a lot of experience for about 17 years of city planning experience, it's not very common to measure to the center line of the roadway. However, the California Subdivision Map Act actually allows for that. So it's not illegal, but it's not very common. And unless someone had a very keen eye to pick up on that nuance, they probably simply took it at face value, and whatever the map said, that's what they based it off of. So the map that they based it off of, parcel 16, was measured at 3.64 acres. There's a detail here that I think that was missed. It said proposed 80-foot wide road easement per separate document. So the center line of the roadway of the parcel 16 is actually measuring it to the center line of the roadway, which it's not, again, it's not illegal. It's a nuance that obviously wasn't picked up on by someone. We had a more recent appraisal, and I had the same exact issue, and I identified it, and I said, well, look, that's a road easement, not the property line. And so if you measure the property, which this is really how it's reflected, you have the road, the property line is the dashed line right here with the dark circles indicating the four corners of the property, and that accurately depicts it as 3.38 acres. So the request is to amend the sales agreement to reflect the net acreage rather than the gross. The appraised value of the property was $2.02 a square foot. They valued the property at $320,000. However, with the reduction in acreage, again, it seems nominal, but it's probably more of a fairness issue. It would appraise at $297,000 plus some change. So the difference to the city would obviously be $22,589. This would be a reduction in terms of what the city would receive. Come with that, I personally think that the request is reasonable, that so that the city take into consideration that it was not done in error. It was simply, quite frankly, I think someone missed that it was a road easement versus a dedication. And I think in the spirit of the partnership between the city and SPAN, staff is recommending that the council adopt the resolution amending only the sales price to reflect the net acres rather than the gross, but continue to base it on the appraised value of $2.02 a square foot. So with that being said, that concludes my presentation.
Great, Mr. Rodriguez, thank you very much. I'll ask if any of my colleagues have any questions with Mr. Rodriguez regarding item D5.
And you know what? Sorry, let me stop the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Councilman Hawley.
Mr. Ronaldo.
Yes, Councilmember.
Is all properties that you buy in the city, is the center of the road always, if I understood, has always been a dividing point from one side for the property itself? Or is just for where the city has a lot adjustment for the 6 feet from the curb?
You know, I'm going to sound like an attorney here, and it depends. It largely depends on when the property was dedicated, how it was dedicated. In the vast majority of the situations, the road belongs to the city.
Right.
The sidewalk is in public right of way. Now, there are some roads that when they're dedicated for a litany of reasons, and sometimes it simply depends on what the engineer at the time prefers. So if the city had a city engineer going back to the 40s or 50s that said, you know what, legally or for liability purposes, I wanted to, as a road easement, and then we acquired it as an easement. In my professional experience, it's almost always a dedicated roadway. What I notice is that oftentimes, if you go back to like the mid 60s, at least at my previous jurisdiction, for some reason, they were doing a lot of street easements, which was created a lot of confusion in terms of who owned it and liability. But the liability at the end of the day falls back on the city because it's giving to the city. So again, it's not a very straight, straight clear answer, but every piece of property is a little bit unique. It depends on how it was given and how it was done at the time. But at the end of the day, it's a street easement or a roadway for public use. The liability would more than likely fall back on the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Any other questions from council for Mr. Rodriguez? See none, and I do not see anybody here in the lobby representing the public. So if there are no further questions, of course, these are two separate items. I will ask council to consider item D5 at this point.
So move to approve item D5 as presented.
Second.
Ooh, I think somebody was a little quicker there. It's been properly moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilwoman Gallegos. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And moving on to item D6, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm not sure if you have anything more to add.
I actually do have a little bit more to add. I will try not to be as long-winded, but I do have some additional details.
Of course.
On this parcel, if the council can humor me for a little bit.
No, absolutely. That's why they're two separate items.
Yeah. Thank you. So item D6, again, it's also located in Freedom Industrial Park. We have a lot of the same players. The city of Madera owns the property. Span Construction has approached the city and said, "City, will you sell me back the property?" So again, so they owned it. We entered into a partnership. He deeded the city to this. He deeded the property to the city, and now he's offering to buy the same piece of property back from the city. And can the council see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. So Span Construction again approached the city, and in this situation, he's asked to purchase two pieces of property from the city. They're the adjoining two parcels. He has offered to pay the city the market value, which we had a recent appraisal done. The appraisal was completed last month, and that appraisal came back at $2.30 a square foot for a total property valuation of $421,792, so close to $422,000. So in terms of the city's investment, it's worked out pretty well, because in 2017 the properties were appraised at $2.02 a square foot, and now they've gone up to $2.30 a square foot as of last month. Span has indicated a desire to build a spec building, and a spec building is a speculative building where they have not identified a tenant of up to 60,000 square feet. The one thing that Span has indicated to the city is that one of the challenges with Madera is that we do not have a lot of vacant industrial space that's ready for tenants. So it's hard for him to market something when he doesn't have the space. And that's why he completed item D5, the 37,000 square foot building. That was a spec building. He has plans already for the mayor building right next door, and he wants to move on that. And here's a third building that he wants to build, but it's substantially larger than the other ones at 60,000 square feet. And again, he does not have a tenant, but he is ready to move. So again, I discussed this a short time ago. The city invested $4.55 million into Freedom Industrial Park. In return, the city obtained roughly 33 acres within the 6 parcels. This was the same slide from the previous presentation, but again, I simply want to highlight that this is specifically to parcels 12 and 13. Item 16, which we discussed a few minutes ago, was a separate action item. I am going to skim over that one because we discussed it. So again, the 2 pieces of property that are in discussion here are at the hard corner of the northwest corner of Pine and Independence Drive, directly across the street from Madera South High School. Parcel 16 was a parcel we discussed a short time ago. So in terms of where did the city come up with the $4.55 million? This is a quick overview of where the city obtained the funds to invest into Freedom Industrial Park. So the city used $1.7 million of Regional Surface Transportation Program dollars. Those funds could have been used in other parts of the community, but at the time, the council made a decision to invest it in this area. The city also put in about $1.3 million of local transportation funds. And then the city put about $254,000 of development impact fee that was allocated for water that was not subject to reimbursement. So those are three categories. And now I have a second slide, which is this one. These are specifically about development impact fees. So on top of this, the fees or the funds that were used from the previous slide, the city used roughly $22,000 of development impact fees of water pipe, $437,000 roughly of storm drain, $177,000 of median island for major roads, $443,000 for arterial and collector roads, roughly $50,000 for traffic signal. And the last item on there is for the public works yard. This was not reimbursable of roughly $40,000. The one nuance that is good to highlight here is that these, everything on this list, with the exception of the public works yard, if a private developer would have developed Freedom Industrial Park, so hypothetically, if Span Construction would have built it, the city would have been required to reimburse every one of these items, and I'm pointing to it as a council can say, I apologize. The city would reimburse the developer for every one of these with the exception of the public works yard because that's going to be for our use. But if the developer would have used that, and then they would have been eligible for the reimbursement. So again, the total, if you add up those numbers, $4.55 million roughly. It's a little bit less, but for discussion purposes. So what's the status of the 6 parcels the city acquired? So the city's corporation yard, which is parcel 11, roughly 19 acres. If you were to assess, if you were to value the property, what's that appraised at? Because if we invested money, the question to me is, well, what did we get in return? If you value that at $2.30 a square foot, and the reason I use that figure is because that's the last appraisal that we have at Freedom, that property is valued at roughly $1.9 million. And again, if we would have appraised that 2 years ago, it would have been less. It would have been at $2.02 a square foot, roughly. Parcels 12 and 13, which are the 2 parcels that we are discussing this evening, the appraisal was completed in February. So actually a month and a half ago, we're in April now. It was appraised at $2.30 a square foot for a total of roughly $422,000. The 2 parcels that we sold to Trampac, this was July of last year, they were appraised at $2.10 a square foot. Those appraised at $521,000. And then parcel 16, that's the parcel that we just discussed in the previous agenda item. That was at $2.02 a square foot. And I took the liberty of putting $297,000 because again, I was basing it off of the actual property, not to the center line of the roadway. So if you combine the value that the city received for its investment of $4.55 million, the city received roughly $3.16 million in land value. However, a couple of other things to note, that the city contributed $4.55 million. We received roughly 3.1 in property valuation, but then the city was going to be required to reimburse the developer of the property $1.1 million. The delta being $257,000, which includes over $40,000 of non-reimbursable diff, and that's because of the public works yard. So the question that I think that someone would have to ask is, was a city $257,000 investment worth the 90-acre industrial park with all of the jobs and all the improvements that were made? Now, quite frankly, I'm a little biased as your city manager. I think it was an excellent investment just because of the amount of development that's occurred in the park. Now, a couple of nuances there. Someone can easily make the argument, and I would acknowledge that the value of the property of the city yard that we're keeping, I valued it at $2.30 a square foot. I simply based that off of because I had no other good appraisal, but that was the most recent one that was done literally next door. And so here's another aerial. So just to show you, Trampac property appraised at $2.20 a square foot. The subject sites, parcels 12 and 13, appraised at $2.30 a square foot. And then parcel 16 that was appraised a couple of years ago, appraised at $2.02 a square foot. So these are the 6 pieces of property. If the council this evening were to approve the sale of parcels 12 and 13 to Span, at that point the city would have disinvested in all but the final parcel, which is parcel 11. So the other thing that we did want to know is in discussions with Span, the city's ask was, we want you to move dirt. If anyone's going to land bank, then the city should land bank. But if we're going to sell you the property, we have to make sure that it's to create jobs. And early on, one of the discussions was, should we tie it to parcel 17, the building that he has not broke ground on? And early on, we had conceptually agreed that we were going to base it about 18 months, a year, 16 months from the completion of the building on parcel 17. But then in speaking with Span, we said, you know what? Let's close escrow, and then you'll have 24 months to obtain a building permit. So time-wise, it's probably about the same. Quite frankly, I think this may benefit the city a little bit more because I think it puts a little bit of added pressure on Span to move dirt. And again, our goal is to make sure that the industrial park is developed. We're moving dirt, and quite frankly, we're creating jobs for Maderans. With that being said, there's also a condition on the property that should Span not commence construction within 24 months from the date of closing. The city, at the council's discretion, has the option of repurchasing the property at the appraised value today, which is the same value that we're going to pay for it, so $421,000. So it's not at the appraised value then; it's at the appraised value today. So with that being said, staff is recommending that the council this evening approve the sale of the property at the appraised value of $2.30 a square foot, which I apologize I didn't put it on here, which is slightly less than $422,000, with the stipulation that Span has 2 years to break ground. If not, the city at its sole discretion can repurchase the property at the appraised value of $230,000. So with that concludes my presentation.
Council?
Yes, Hilda.
Yes, Council, I'd just like to add at the very end, the city manager noted the option, and the way it's reflected is it is an attachment to the resolution. So the resolution you're approving approves the purchase sale agreement that he detailed, and also the option agreement. We have it as a separate document with much more detail than previously discussed. So I just wanted to note that the resolution includes both.
So to reflect that, Hilda, to recognize that there's a purchase agreement and then an option agreement attached.
Right. That if you read the title of the actual resolution,
okay,
it refers to both.
Got it. Thank you very much for that. I'll ask if there's any council members with any questions to Mr. Rodriguez regarding item D6. Seeing none, there's nobody here in the lobby to speak publicly on this particular item. So with that, and the reminder from our city attorney, I will call for action on item D6.
So move to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve item D6 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Moving on to item E1, this is discussion and action on measures to mitigate the impacts of the COVID-19 or the coronavirus pandemic. As was mentioned before, there's been a lot of discussion, phone calls, concern. Some of the public comments that were sent in also reflected this, and there's a lot of uncertainty right now. So I appreciate, Mr. Rodriguez, that you put this on our agenda so that we can have a little more detailed discussion. We'll get into your presentation, but I don't want to forget we did receive a comment via email on this as well. So if I missed that, Alicia, please remind me. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Rodriguez for item E1.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, Arnoldo, City Manager. So the item before you this evening, it's really a discussion to talk about some of the efforts that we've been doing as staff here for the city, and then also to solicit council feedback to make sure that we're doing everything that we can possibly do to make sure that our community is informed, our employees are protected, and that we are taking proper action, or truly that we're responding properly. Some of this you already heard from Public Health Director Bosser earlier this evening. I am probably not going to get into every little detail. However, just to provide some context here, as the council is fully aware, COVID-19 virus was first discovered back in December of 2019, so about 5 months ago. And since then, or really in the past couple of weeks, it's been an absolute whirlwind, not only for Madera, but really for a lot of places here in the States. So the symptoms, they do appear within roughly 2 to 14 days. As of a couple of hours ago, we have 25 confirmed cases in Madera County. Unfortunately, we have had one death. We've had one person recovered. We have 2 hospitalized, and we have 21 in home isolation. Council may recall at our last council meeting on March the 18th, council did designate the city manager, so myself, as the director of emergency services. And one of the things that did is that assisted in allowing or streamlining the process to obtain the necessary items that we need to properly respond. Some of these action items, the council may have, we touched on them at our last meeting, but I think the prudent thing to do is to go over them again, just to remind both council and our community members of some of the steps that we've taken and truly in response. And one of the things that I do want to highlight is just the amount of time and effort that our staff has spent here, not only myself, but really the entire team, to responding accordingly. We've done a lot of this in really 2.5 weeks, because it really started hitting about 3 weeks ago. And really, I would like to applaud both our management team and truly the entire staff, because the situation has been very fluid. There's a lot of anxiety, not only amongst our community, but as well as our staff. And quite frankly, there's frustration, truly from a lot of different people. That's both locally, but I think at the state and truly the national level. So one of the things that we did very quickly when we started truly learning a lot more about the pandemic, we immediately suspended our youth and our senior programs. Since then, these are not in chronological order, so I apologize if I'm going to jump around a little bit. But we have limited public access to all city facilities. City facilities continue to be open, and we're still providing services. So a couple of things to highlight: your water's still clean. You still have potable water. We have absolutely zero disruptions in providing clean potable water. People can still flush their toilets. We have had zero disruptions. We are still responding to police calls, and we've had zero disruptions to our fire protection services. So in terms of those items, we have had zero disruptions. Our community is still safe. You still have clean water, and you can still flush the toilet, and we're still responding. In lots of ways, we've actually, we've truly increased a lot of the things we do, especially in our parks department. Unfortunately, we've suspended a lot of the programs that we offer. However, one of the things that we've been focused on is making sure that our parks remain clean, knowing that people are still going to continue to visit them, especially because there are stay-at-home guidelines. So in order to better serve some of our community members, we've added 3 new drop boxes in front of City Hall. One of them is for utility payments. There's a new drop box for items related to our human resource department. And then we also have another drop box for plans. With that being said, quite frankly, if anyone drops any items in any box, we'll be sure to get it to the proper department. What I would not recommend is people paying their utility bills to put their payments into the large box that's for city plans for rolled up architecture engineering plans, because there's not a lock on that box, and things could grow feet, and we wouldn't want that to happen. We've been very successful of procuring personal protective equipment and supplies for our employees. We have shifted some staff around, but again, we've been very aggressive in making sure we have sanitizer, we have bleach, we have disinfectant, and quite frankly, we've been very fortunate that we have a lot of local stores that have assisted us. We have Riley's Brew Pub, who's actually been brewing hand sanitizer, so we're extremely truly appreciative of their efforts. We've received several gallons, and we are making that available to our staff. We are sanitizing all of our doorknobs and counters throughout the day. We have someone going around public facility buildings. While the buildings remain closed to the public, they're still accessible to our employees, and we want to make sure we're doing everything we can to make sure that our employees feel safe and comfortable coming to work. And more recently, we've instituted a one person per vehicle policy. So right now, if you see a city employee and there's five vehicles and they appear to be driving in the same direction, well, that's because we did institute that. And again, this is to help ensure that we're respecting the distance policies that are in place as recommended by our county health department. We've suspended on and off-site trainings for city staff, and virtual trainings are encouraged. So if someone has a training online, then that's appropriate. But again, we do not want any face-to-face trainings whatsoever. We've made video conferencing, very similar to what we're doing right now, available to all departments. We've suspended non-urgent board committee and or commission meetings. However, with that being said, if we were to hold one, we are going to try to do it in the same platform that we're doing today's meeting on Zoom. We've also deployed 2 teams to sanitize playground equipment or our playgrounds, picnic areas, and the restrooms daily. And that's being done with first couple of days we were using bleach with pressure washers, and now we're using a disinfectant with pressure washers again. While we are encouraging people to try to minimize their use of those activities, we also understand that some people are simply going to go out because if they're at home for long periods of time, it's really challenging. We have some community members that don't have the luxury of having yards, and so if they do want to visit one of our parks, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that they're safe and clean. We've also suspended utility shutoff for non-payment and accrual of late fees, and we started doing that a couple of weeks ago. We've also implemented some internal tools to make sure that if we are potentially eligible for reimbursement from FEMA, we want to be certain that we're capturing every dollar we can. We've had a lot of meetings to make sure that we're doing that appropriately. We've suspended bus route 3 to the community college. This was not done in a silo, rather this was done in partnership with State Center Community College, with the college president there, and they counseled classes, and then we rolled it out the following day and we did suspend it. One of the things that we are continuously examining is our bus ridership. Our bus ridership, we have 2 fixed routes. Ridership is down tremendously, and so we are exploring that. We continue to offer dollar ride services, so if people do need rides, that is still available. And at the same time, we are not to a place just yet where we would want to suspend the other 2 bus services, because we are providing transportation to, quite frankly, some of our probably our neediest communities members. But at the same time, we simply want to be sure that we're being smart and that we're still providing services to our community. We've reassigned staff as appropriate to ensure that everyone has meaningful work. We've issued temporary layoff notices to some of our part-time staff, unfortunately, and some of those were directly related to some of the programs, our senior programs, our youth programs that have been suspended. Wherever we've attempted to reassign staff wherever we can. However, we're very cognizant of potential budget constraints moving forward, so we want to be sure that we're being strategic about that. Then we've also implemented emergency policies for employees relating to leave and benefits, and we discussed that a little bit at the last meeting. We've suspended yard sales. So yard sales, the council may recall that yard sales are permitted in the city the first weekend of the month, and to make sure that we're doing everything we can. We have suspended that. We have begun putting that on our social media and trying to get the word out and the messaging out to our community members. We have daily meetings here at City Hall, or on Zoom, I should say, to identify needs in terms of staff. Are there any resources that we have to acquire, or is there anything else that we have to recalibrate our efforts on? Is there anything else that another community is doing? Is there anything we can do better, quite frankly? We've also purchased some laptops to accommodate telecommuting. This was about 2.5 weeks ago. It was a Friday evening, and Mark and I were talking to our IT manager, and we made the decision to purchase some just because we noticed that they were selling out, and there was a lot of the stores were already having limitations on them. And the city, while we have a decent amount of desktops, I wouldn't say a lot, we are pretty limited on laptops. And right now we're identifying telecommuting on a case-by-case basis, and it's dependent on making sure that our employees have meaningful work that they can perform. And we've also modified some work schedules to ensure adequate coverage, not only here at City Hall, but throughout the organization. More recently, we've erected signs at parks reminding visitors to respect physical distancing as recommended by the CDC. While we have visited businesses that are non-essential, we are going to be taking a more aggressive approach to that. We're going to be deploying police officers and code enforcement officers. And after a warning, if businesses do not comply, we are going to be issuing citations. And then we've also visited businesses for alleged price gouging. And so we've done a handful of those as well. And quite frankly, if the community is aware of a business that's practicing in price gouging, we strongly encourage you that you reach out to our police department and they will follow up. We've also removed the basketball rims at our parks. And the reason being for that, again, we want to make sure that we're limiting large crowds. And we're going to be removing the goalposts at our soccer fields. We'll be doing that tomorrow. We've also relocated our engineering staff, which was in a triple wide trailer, to the rear of City Hall. We have moved them to the former redevelopment building. That accomplishes lots of things, but a couple of key things that it does do immediately that it allows greater physical distancing, and at the same time, employees in the trailer were required to come into City Hall to use the restroom. So if they had to wash their hands, this way they have a bathroom that's proximate to their workstations, and they don't have to take a circuitous route to get there and opening and door multiple doors. And the other thing that we're working on right now is closing city parks for Easter weekend. I know that there are probably some community members are going to be a little frustrated with that. However, one of the challenges that we have is Easter weekend. It's the busiest time of the year for our parks. However, we want to make sure that as a city we're doing everything we possibly can to encourage social distancing, and we're trying to be smart about it. We're not trying to frustrate the community, but at the same time we have to be cognizant and we have to try to do our part. This is not only for the public's protection, but it's also, quite frankly, to some of our own employees, because when there's people there, we have to deploy our teams to make sure that we have clean bathrooms, clean facilities, and that requires that we're in close proximity and in contact with certain individuals. And again, this is really for the benefit of the community. I acknowledge that it's going to create frustration, but right now, with everything that's going on, we made the decision that the best thing we can do is to close the parks for beginning next Friday about midday and running through the end of Sunday. A little bit more recently, and this was alluded to during the public comment period, Governor Newsom's office last Friday issued executive order N 2820. And what his order does is that it provides some protections against non-payment of rent to either residential or commercial businesses. And I'm saying it provides some because, as was alluded to earlier, it probably doesn't capture every case. That's always challenging if you're trying to write legislation for 40 million Californians. That's always a challenge. A couple of things to note there. Again, it does apply to both residential and commercial tenants. It requires that those tenants provide evidence to their property owner or their landlord of a substantial decrease in income as a result of COVID-19. And again, it defers the payment of rent. It does not waive it. And so the deferment means that the monies would still be owed. So it's not a waiver, it's a deferment. And that's one key nuance that's worth highlighting. And it's effective through May 31st of this year. Moving forward, we continue to monitor the situation. I think a lot of the situation, it's fluid, and yet it's explosive all at the same time. There's a lot of moving information. This was kind of sprung upon us in truly here in California. There's a lot of moving parts. City staff, I know, is absolutely trying its darnest on top of their everyday routines. Now we're trying to react to this, and sometimes that means physically moving spaces, reacting to customers' concerns. Again, I touched on this a little while ago. We are going to become more aggressive, or as I say on the slide here, really more assertive, following up on non-essential businesses. And then also we're going to continue our outreach and communication with staff, so both internally and externally. I wouldn't want to say to become, to do a greater job, because quite frankly, that would imply that we haven't done a good job. We have a lot of communication internally. However, I know there's always room for improvement, and I would put myself on that list first, making sure that that I'm improving as a city manager, to ensure that I'm communicating with staff, with council members in our community, and making sure that we put our public outreach efforts on overdrive. But again, I think we've done an excellent job to date, but can we do a better job? I think we all can. And so with that, that is my last slide, council. But any feedback that you may offer, or if you have any insight, we're obviously kind of willing to accept it and react.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize. I went blank there for a little while. I had a little malfunction. Thank you, Mark, for getting me up and running again. So I apologize if I missed a minute or two of what you had said, but I think you covered it there at the end as far as our efforts. I just want to touch on a few things. And first, thank you and your team. As we just recently talked about Freedom Industrial Park, we talked about hiring some new personnel simply because we have so much going on. That just speaks to the day-to-day operations we have in general at City Hall. And now being thrown into something that I don't believe any of us have ever been involved with, that just makes matters that much worse. And so that being said, over the last 2 weeks or so, I think you've done an excellent job with trying to address the community, address this issue with personnel, with city staff. I do agree we can always do better. We always appreciate when the community has a chance to weigh in and give us their thoughts and ideas, whether it be social media or a phone call, which would be a recommendation that I would have if there's some sort of lifeline information number that we can hear from the community. I think social media has been great for the city of Madera, and I do want to give a shout out to Madera Police Department. They've always had great social media posts, but lately they've really ramped up efforts, and I want to thank our police department for those social media efforts. They've been absolutely fantastic. There's a couple of things I want to touch on, Mr. Rodriguez, and you had mentioned it about the governor's executive order as it pertains to a moratorium against evictions. I appreciate what the governor is trying to do, but as you said, for 40 million Americans in the state of California, it can't be a one-size-fits-all. I think it was a little ambiguous. I think as it relates to commercial businesses, I don't believe it was addressed. And then what was in writing versus what he said, I thought was also the interpretation was a little different in the way I heard it. So I really would like to address this issue with our community. I think half, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere between 49 and 51% of the residents in the city of Madera are renters. We know what it's like as we look at the numbers on TV every day, people filing for unemployment. We don't know how long this is going to last. If we at least had a good idea, that we may have some hope, but we don't, and we don't know how long this is going to last. You brought up a very good point when you talk about, let's be honest here, this does not forgive anybody. This is simply an olive branch, if we will, or some sort of support that shows that if we could have landlords or property owners understand that this is a difficult time, but at the same time, there's still a responsibility. So I really would like to discuss this in detail, whether it be this evening and or bring back something to council for a special meeting that we could offer something a little bit more in detail, something that goes a step further, if you will, than what the governor had written in his executive order on the 27th. There's a few other issues I'd like to talk about what we can do here locally, but that was kind of a big bite of the apple. So I'm now going to ask my colleagues if they have anything to add regarding the governor's executive order and maybe doing something a step further here at the city. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
So I'm in agreement with you. I think if you look at the announcement, it does have a question and answer to it, and it says, "Is the mortgage relief available to businesses?" The relief is currently only available for residential mortgages, and so when we look at our community, we have business partners, we have the community itself. I don't believe in treating one group and not the other group the same. I think that we should be helping out. There's multiple agencies that are going to be looking at financing and helping all of our different partners with financial help. I think as we move forward, I think we're going to see a little bit more of that. Bank of America is only in for an agreement as far as I see was 30 days. I don't know if that changes. They're very much in flux. But if we just had to lay off the number of our employees at the city, you can imagine the waves out there and other businesses and other folks that are having the same thing. The attempt to get on unemployment is the computers are crashing. There's so many people looking for relief and help. The decision to either pay the rent or pay your mortgage and or buy food and medicine right now is terrifying to me. It is not fair to have a person invest so much of their time and energy into paying their mortgage and then to lose it over this time. I would like to see a moratorium of 3 months, April, May to June. That's negotiable. We can talk about that. Right now, we don't know how long this is going to last. We're being impacted in Madera County by having the death and then these other 25 people being impacted. If we could do a partnership where we're able to provide relief for these folks, I think it would be a good day for us. And I understand that this is something that is not easily undertaken, but I think the benefits to our community would be huge. And again, the reason I even said the 3 months is because it seems that we have not flattened out yet. There are still a lot of issues with how long it's going to take and how we're doing to get all the equipment for our first responders. We can always cut it back to 2 months if that's the case, if we come out of this in a better place within 2 months. But I think realistically, if we're realistic, I think it's going to be much longer than that. So yes, I'm open to having a discussion on that and see how we can make it go forward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate that. And I'm going to ask our city attorney, when it comes to what the governor had written and what we can add to it, if you will, I'm assuming we can have more recitals, we can add language, we can put our own touch to it. But can you kind of give us an idea on maybe what we cannot add or change from what the governor has written?
Certainly, Mayor and Council. First of all, there was an initial order on March 4th that was in 2820. Under that order, the governor stated that local entities like the city of Madera had the authority to issue eviction or limitations. And they can do that by ordinance. That's the only way. So he issued that order on March 4th, and that order said that it would that authority that was being granted to cities would only last until May 31. And the reason I say that is because under state law, only the state can enact laws concerning evictions. And there's limited circumstances. We addressed one a few months ago, very limited circumstances where there's some room to do something different. So in this case, the governor said, cities, if you want to grant relief to your communities, you can do that, but it can only be until May 31. And that order applied to residential evictions, commercial evictions, and evictions resulting from foreclosures. It did not address foreclosures. No state order has given the authority to cities to address foreclosures. Some big cities with lots of money and charter cities have enacted such legislation, but I do not believe that the city of Madera, as a general law city, has the authority to enact a moratorium on foreclosures. There are lots of things out there as far as relief for both residential and commercial foreclosures. So going back, so the first order said you can enact laws that grant relief against evictions in your community for both commercial and residential. So we had actually started working, I had been working on a draft ordinance and had been discussing it with your city manager. But then on March 27th, the governor issued a new executive order. And initially it said that if you read it, it says that it supersedes the first order if it's in conflict. And so in my opinion, the plain language of that order is that it basically trumped the other one. However, then I started reading some of the governor's office's statements and press releases, and it had a lot of implications as far as the continuing authority of cities to enact ordinances under the first order, which means that the second one said, we're going to do a statewide halting of residential evictions until May 31. And that's all that one does. So if the city were wanting to do something more, the city could enact an emergency ordinance that would apply to both commercial and residential evictions, and also evictions that are a result not of tenancies, but of foreclosures, because those all come under the rubric of the first order. So that is permissible. There are limitations as far as the May 31. I know Councilmember Garcia noted through June 30th, and it may very well be that the governor issues another order saying, let's extend it through June 30th. But for now, the city's only authority is through May 31st. So yes, it would take some work to bring up the ordinance that we had been working on up to speed, to make sure it includes all the language that's necessary to protect the city, and to ensure that it's also clear for residents and landlords alike.
Thank you very much for that, Hilda. And I personally, I would like to see us do that. I appreciate you've been working with Mr. Rodriguez and that you've outlined some things already, so we're not necessarily reinventing the wheel or starting over. But as evictions, as it relates to foreclosures, and then including commercial, I would certainly like to see that as well. And as it relates to a special meeting, since today's the 1st, I don't believe that we can really be retro. Time is of the essence. It really, really is. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that for an emergency ordinance or a special meeting, we can post a 24-hour notice. So theoretically, could we meet as early as Friday?
It would be a challenge. I have another city council tomorrow evening, but I'm pretty sure that I could get together an ordinance for a Friday meeting. I don't know that I would have it for distribution, before Friday. So we could have the meeting on Friday, but it would be an ordinance that would be probably distributed on Friday rather than tomorrow.
Okay, and I'm putting the cart before the horse here a little bit. I am just one, so
Right.
I'm going to ask for more questions from my colleagues and then see if there's support to move forward with such an emergency ordinance. So once again, I'll ask if any of my colleagues have any questions, comments, or concerns.
Can I also say something else, Mayor? I also wanted to note that during that 60-day period through May 31, there will be no evictions. There will be no evictions under the governor's both orders. So that's really important. And from a practical standpoint, the courts are closed for at least 60 days as well. So nothing's going to happen during that time period.
Duly noted. Thank you very much for that. Councilman Montes had a question.
Yeah, so I just wanted that last comment that Ms. Montoy, thank you, Mr. Mayor, that Ms. Montoy said that so for 60 days, is it not possible for anybody to get evicted for any reason? You're on mute.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry. So they can be evicted for other reasons. For example, if they're creating problems, other violations of their lease. But as long as there's some very specific language, if it's what we call COVID-19 related, because they can't make payments, they lost their job, they have to take care of children, all those kinds of reasons that are related to COVID-19, then they cannot be evicted during that 60-day period.
Oh. And then, so some of the comments that you made, I guess it would be nice for me, if we get an ordinance the day of that we're going to be voting on it, it's kind of hard to kind of flesh it out. So I don't know if there's any way that you can send out a memo to us, kind of outlining the parameters. One of the things that I've had a question on is how SB 1482 impacts this.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking to other concerned advocates, I guess you would say, and other attorneys, and they're saying, well, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. So I want to get that information kind of settled from you so that we can say, okay, definitively, this is what we can't do. We have authority to do X, Y, and Z, and essentially say that this is for COVID-19 issues and not just a blank, hey, you don't have to pay rent. Because I really feel that we could put people in a situation and put them in a hole that they can't get out of. I do support us doing something, right, bringing us back, but I want to make sure we do it right, and I want to make sure we have as much information as possible. And I know time is of the essence, but those would be
we could have a meeting on Saturday. That way you could have the ordinance before, we have some time to read it before the meeting. Again, nothing's going to happen between now and Saturday or between now and Monday. But I will work as fast as I can. I can get you a memo, at least giving you the parameters. And as far as the actual ordinance, I want to make sure that it's got everything that's necessary in there to protect the city, to protect the tenants and the landlords as well. So yeah, I could do that. I'll also note that there's this is just for apartments, but the California Apartments Association has a lot of information on their website on payment arrangements, on all sorts of things that they're doing voluntarily as well.
Okay, thank you. So I want to say that I'll be in support of this with those additions.
That's a very good point, Councilman Montes, and I would agree with you. We need to be very clear that this is not just a blanket. We're addressing on the agenda item and what's before us with COVID-19 as it pertains to loss of job, loss of revenue for household. That's the protection. This just isn't a blanket for a certain period of time that nobody can be evicted. And also too, we want to make sure that we don't give a false sense to the renters that this is any kind of forgiveness. I really want to make sure that this is clear, that the renters, there may not be facing late fees or penalties, but there's still an obligation to pay rent. And so we would certainly encourage them to work things out with their landlord, to work things out with their employer, or quite possibly their former employer, to get information over to those landlords so something can be worked out now on the forefront versus down the road. I certainly agree with you. And we also want to be cognizant of the fact that this isn't totally just about renters. There are some people that this is also their source of income, and they may have just a handful of rental properties. And so they too would be impacted by this. So very good point. And I'm sure that Hilda will address that as well.
Right. The orders have very specific language, and I would mirror in your ordinance, if that is the direction of a majority of the council to move forward on something like this. I would mirror the language in your ordinance to that in the executive order. It's very specific on what the limitations can apply to and not apply to.
Thank you, Hilda. Councilman Rodriguez has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medon. So essentially, by adding this emergency ordinance, would this be overlapping what the state's already mandated?
There's different, there's some people that are saying from a practical standpoint, it really doesn't make a difference. And others are saying, well, it could still allow landlords to start issuing the eviction notices. All that the governor's order says is that they cannot effect it. They can't move people out until after May 31st. So
I see.
Yeah.
So, and saying that, I know that time is of the essence, and kind of the prudent approach that I heard Councilmember Montes and our mayor reinforcing is, would this behoove us to properly vet this out so that we again we look at the picture as a whole, and not be liable, not so much for the residents, but also the city and any other landlords? Would it be prudent for us to make sure that we vet this out and bring this back? I know Friday was brought up Saturday. Would this cause an issue if this was brought back early next week? And I know at the time is of the essence. I just want to make sure that that gives you ample time to do your vetting of that of this emergency ordinance.
I could start ready by Saturday if that's something that you're want. But a lot of times you may want it in steps. You may want to say, I want to know what the parameters are first, and then we want to give you direction. So that might take 2 meetings. Or you could say, go ahead and give us the analysis with the parameters and the ordinance at the same time, so we don't have to call multiple meetings. If that is the case, then a little later than sooner would be better.
And giving you those parameters, Hilda, would this then be somewhat retro, so that in any cases that some evictions do start?
I would definitely look at that to see what the parameters are there. I mean, that could be, somebody could challenge the ordinance for that reason. We've talked about that before with that other ordinance, but it's certainly something that we could look at.
So I too am in support. I just would like this to be vetted out through you, so that again, we have parameters before we take on that decision.
And one of the things I've seen, the period, and when you say retro, I have seen some ordinances utilize the March 4th date, which is the big executive order 28-20 that the governor issued. So I have seen that, and I may go ahead and include that with the admonition that that might be something that's challenged as far as the retroactivity.
Well, I appreciate.
Well, I mean,
go right ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to follow up on that comment that you made. So again, would it then be good for you to define to see if that can be challenged or not, because I think it's important. I think that date is important, that we can come back and say, as of March 4th, moving forward, this is what the ordinance would then say.
Right. The legal analysis would include that, and then I would include maybe two alternative ordinances, one with a retro date and one without one. So that way, if there is a risk, the client would make that decision.
So when we get that information, and again, when we get that information, we need for an emergency ordinance meeting a 24-hour notice.
You can give a 24-hour notice. I think that the question is whether everything can be ready in 24 hours. And I'm hearing some council members want to have more information in addition to the ordinance. So in looking at that, I can't see that happening before Saturday, and Monday's fine too. But you know, that's up to you. I'm willing to to call in on Saturday.
So if I can add, I do agree with the time issue, but you said that you can give all the information to us at the same time, and I would be in favor of that, and it'd be up to us to kind of, you know, go through everything at the same time for time's sake too, so we can do this sooner rather than later, if it's possible.
I agree. I think it's a good point to be made, rather than in pieces. Councilman Robinson.
Yeah, we have a grace period of 2 months. You know, the courts are closed, so you know, just do it. You know, make it feasible, make it you know, whereby our attorney have enough time to put it together, and then we can look through all the articles and then decide what to do.
Thank you. Thank you for
so
that.
Hilda, yeah.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yeah, and I'm sorry again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hilda, so, you know, going back to this date, I think that's important, not only to some of the council members here, but you mentioned May 31st. And I think what I'm more concerned about is given time to vet this out. Could that create some challenges because of that May 4th order? You know, I hear what Councilmember Robinson is saying, that we should allow to vet this out. Nothing can be done. Courts are closed, but by not acting, are we giving them time for litigation to come in and challenge that?
I'm sorry.
So what I mean is, you know, given the order to May 31st, if we don't act on emergency ordinance here in the city and not doing this sooner than later, does that create an issue within that gap? If we don't take action now, regarding to the challenges that you were speaking about earlier.
If you don't, I don't, well, if you're going to take action, it makes sense to take it sooner than later, if that's the path you wish to take, because otherwise it's less meaningful to, especially if you can't do a retroactive application. If you can if you can do the retroactive application, we could do it, you know, next week or something. But I think it's something that everybody deserves to know what it's going to be sooner than later.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
important for Arnoldo and me, but I think that in all fairness, everybody should know sooner than later, and you can decide if you want to go ahead and adopt that ordinance or not. It does require 4/5 vote.
We'll see you Saturday.
Pardon?
We'll see you Saturday. Is that what you're saying?
That's up to you. That's up to the majority.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
I'm going to ask if there's any further comment, and then before we move forward with this, I do want to be sure that at least the majority of the council is in favor of moving forward. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, did you have another comment or question?
Well, yes, I'm very interested in moving forward with this. Realistically, if you're going to work on this project, then you can let us know and you can give us the document so we can review and we can discuss, at least within ourselves. because that way we can do it quickly soon after that. It shouldn't take up to Wednesday to be able to do this. I'm looking more like, I don't know.
No, well, if that's the case, then we could probably have a meeting like on Monday, and that way you could have the weekend to review the documents.
We have other things to discuss regarding the COVID-19, and right now I feel that there's so much uncertainty within the residents of Madera. I feel that there's a lot of frustration with the residents of Madera as it relates to people gathering at stores or maybe parks or neighborhoods with no results or no answers. And I know we're going to discuss that a little bit down the line. That's my reason for moving forward is the uncertainty, the kind of the kicking the can down the road. Normally I would not do this. I know it's going to be some overtime. I just feel that the residents of the city of Madera deserve direction and answers and support and help in any way we can. And that's my reason for moving sooner rather than later. So if it has to be Saturday, and again, I'm going to rely on you, Ms. Montoy, that if it can't be done, it's not enough time, I completely understand. But if it can be, I think our residents deserve that information and discussion and decision by this council sooner rather than later.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Hawley.
Why don't we give Hilda the time, like, to get us all the information by Saturday, and we can have a meeting Monday like we're doing right now. And that way we get time to look it over, put our thoughts together and talk to each one so we can feel that this is the right ordinance we need to do. I know we want to do things up front in a hurry, but it takes time to put the words in there that's going to benefit our whole residents. So we have to understand it before we get them to understand it. So give her the time to put it together. We should have it by Saturday. Monday, we can call emergency meeting and go over it.
I'm good with that.
Is that the census of council?
What would the impact be from a Saturday approval to a Monday approval court-wise?
I don't think it's gonna, from a legal standpoint, it's not gonna have an impact, because if I like.
Okay. Let's move forward with that.
Councilman Rodriguez put his thumb up. So that's okay. That seems to be the census of council. Thank you, Hilda, for that and for moving quickly. And you and Mr. Rodriguez working quickly on that amongst a dozen other things. And so moving on, again, with the same discussion on item E1 about measures to mitigate, there have been measures in place already that Mr. Rodriguez had gone over. But just that I had just recently mentioned about gathering. I'm just going to kind of go down the list. A number of calls to myself and on social media about price gouging. I believe the police department has addressed that, and for this meeting they can address it again. I also think there's been a number of questions and concerns about large stores, grocery stores, Walmarts, Save Marts, and the like, which are essential businesses for obvious reasons. But there's a number of people in the community that feel like if we need to maintain social distancing, stay home, do our part, and they are, but yet at Walmart, there's a number of people very close to one another, talking to one another in the aisles, that really defeats the purpose. Some stores are taking it upon themselves to close earlier. Some stores are taking it upon themselves to limit the number of shoppers. I went to Rancho San Miguel about a week ago, and they were only allowing 50 shoppers at any one time, which I thought was a great move on their part. The only thing is that the people waiting to get in, there was about 12 or 15 people waiting to get in, all standing next to one another outside the door. So is this council, and I'll defer to Mr. Rodriguez, is this also part of our discussion that this council may want to at least discuss or see if there's something more that we can do as it pertains to either hours of operation or limiting the number of people in stores? What kind of calls have you gotten? I know there's quite a bit out there. And again, we don't have the same data that most of the public, the data they have is what they see through their windshield, what they see at the parks, when people are barbecuing or possibly playing basketball and things like that. That's what they see and that's what they know. And I truly think that this council needs to recognize that. I know PD can chime in, and I know Mr. Scarborough can chime in on some of the efforts that we've done in our parks and also through PD. I do want to add, just today, I noticed that some police officers were at Courthouse Park and asking people that were just kind of socializing, if you will, to move on. I also saw them driving around Town and Country Park and over at Pan Am Park, just to make sure that people are not just hanging out on benches and things like that. So I've said a lot. What I'm going to do at this time is ask our Chief of Police, Dino Lawson, to kind of add the efforts the police department has made, and then also to Mr. Scarborough and the efforts that the Parks Department has made. Chief Lawson.
Well, thank you, Mayor. These are certainly trying times that we're in. What we have to keep in mind that this is a health order, okay? It is at best a citable offense that's a misdemeanor. We have to continue to encourage the public to go along and self-quarantine and social distancing. There is a fine line to think that we can arrest our way out of this. We cannot do that. We need cooperation from the public. Okay. And so everybody needs to do their thing. And also, we have to keep in mind at certain times, everyone thinks they're an expert on what is an essential business and what is not. What I will tell you is there is a very gray line what is an essential business and what is not an essential business. Just kind of a point, people will say, well, there's a smoke shop. Under essential businesses that the order the governor put out, if that smoke shop sells cannabis or any cannabis related instruments for the use of medical cannabis, that is an essential business. And one of those businesses is the majority of them are also selling masks, the masks that everybody needs. So for people to say, hey, this is a non-essential business, you need to do something, we need to be careful and not rush to a judgment. Also with this, in our parks, we are actively enforcing social distancing, especially at Courthouse Park. We're there 7-8 times a day. And part of the issue is separating and educating people. We do have individuals set in their ways, and we have told them that if it continues, then you're going to force our hand. But we don't want to do that. There is a very fine line. And also, we need to keep in mind that we don't want to get to the point because we can't pull over vehicles and ask people where you're going. Okay, that is getting ready to infringe on constitutional rights. You have to have probable cause to stop a vehicle. And probable cause that there is a health order is not enough to enforce that. So we need to just make sure that everyone practices the social distancing and abides by the regulations that are out there. Now, with that said, we have code enforcement and officers that are going out and actively looking for businesses that are not essential. And we will do everything within our power to encourage compliance. But if they refuse to comply, they will be issued a citation. And we will go back the next day and continue to issue citations. We don't want to get there. We really don't, because what we have to remember that these are business owners. This thing is going to be over. And we need compliance. We don't need to want to come in and start citing people with $1,000 fines. So it's The best thing we can do is to get people to adhere to these. And believe me, no one is more frustrated than the police department. You know, and we beat our heads with what to do and how to do it. And just keep in mind that you're getting calls now that people are doing this or doing that. We field calls every night. There's individuals in the backyard, they're drinking alcohol. We go there. They live there. And it's a father and son. Okay. So we need to make sure that we're very careful with the information that we get and what we're doing. And on the same hand, though, we do have individuals that just aren't by the order, and we'll take appropriate steps to deal with those individuals. But in this time, everyone is pointing fingers and making assumptions. And every night we issue it in our logs, we do COVID-19 compliance checks all over town, every business, to make sure that they're utilizing social distancing, that they are essential businesses. And we do that. And we will continue to do that. And I understand everyone right now is, you know, their nerves are rattled. And they're worried, why isn't this person doing this or that person doing that? We just need to maybe take a deep breath and rest assured that we and the rest of our city team are on this and doing what we can do to make sure that everybody's safe. And I'll get off my soapbox, I guess, if you will, at this time. But we just need to keep that in mind right now. We've removed basketball hoops. We're locking up soccer goals. You know, we're getting rid of yard sales. We're shutting parks down on Easter. And at the same time, we got to keep in mind that we also get misleading information, because we want to shut a park down, but the health official and governor and everyone's saying, get out and exercise as long as you do A, B, and C, because you can't stay cooped up in your house. Okay. So we just need to keep it that it's a very fine line, and everybody's doing everything they can right now. You know, this city team that we have is doing one hell of a job. And I'm telling you, they're working late hours. They're doing duties that, you know, we have employees that go around and it's not what they originally were hired for, but they're scrubbing doorknobs in city facilities. They're keeping it clean. We got people stepping up and doing all kinds of stuff. So for, you know, it's just, I get a little irritated when people say that the city people aren't doing this or doing that, because I'm telling you, they don't know what they're talking about. And with that, I apologize if I got a little off on something, but you know what? People, we have city employees really at wit's end that are just kicking butt in our community and going that extra mile. And you know what? I'm really proud of them. I know the city manager is very proud of them. And you know what? This thing could be a lot worse. And you look at our cases, and it's really based on one incident, and we've got it contained. And I can't say enough. Parks, public works, city clerk, grants, building, planning, everyone, finance, they're kicking butt. So anyway, sorry.
Thanks, Chief. No need to apologize. From your lips to the community's ears, thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate that. And you may have stole a little bit of John's thunder, but I'm going to ask John to now kind of give us a report on that.
And I don't want to leave out HR. I saw Wendy.
And HR, absolutely. John, if you want to give us an update on parks.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. We essentially have put into place six different components of a plan, and we feel that we're starting to see the effects of these. Some of these overlap a little bit with what PD is doing, and just to sort of mirror the chief's statement, I'm proud to work with them and proud to work with all the other departments in the city as we try to conquer this thing. So I'll just be real specific. So one of the things that we've done is we've placed signage at all logical places where somebody might enter a park in both English and Spanish that notify the public of the current health requirements, particularly related to washing your hands, using hand sanitizer, and the social distancing. I believe that all those signs went up last Friday. We have about 40 of them throughout the city, and they are currently in every park. About 2 weeks ago, we notified staff to keep an eye out for people in our parks that tend to be congregating, and to approach, don't be afraid to approach these groups, not in a punitive fashion, but more as a public servant and providing a public service to inform them of, number one, the risky behavior that they are exhibiting, and number two, try to educate them in how to protect themselves. So it makes perfect sense because we have people in the parks every day. There are certain activities that you can see as you drive by a park. There are activities that are occurring within the park that you can't see from the street. So as we have people emptying garbage cans and cleaning restrooms and that sort of thing, we are encouraging them to help us, excuse me, to help us get the word out.
Mm-hmm.
The closure of the parks for Easter, we have already spoken with staff. We will have staff on hand that entire weekend. They will be working, essentially performing the same duty that I just spoke to, where they will be in the heart of each individual park, approaching groups that seem to be in violation of the congregation orders, and providing a public service and helping to educate them on how to protect themselves. We're closing the restrooms at 7 p.m. every night. We're hopeful that this will keep people from congregating later into the evening. And this sort of ties into the next point, which is we've turned off all of the lights on all of the ball fields at all of the parks. Particularly you, Mayor, being, coming from the baseball community, about 7 o'clock on a weeknight, people are used to migrating from work and school and that sort of thing. They go directly to Town and Country Park, the lights come on, and they stay out until 10 or 11 o'clock. So with the combination of no lights and no restrooms, we're hopeful that that's going to eliminate groups of people gathering, and we think that that's been effective. And then the chief spoke to eliminating the basketball goals and the soccer goals, and we did that. The soccer goals are actually going to be dealt with tomorrow morning, but the soccer goals came down, I think, last Friday.
Right.
So that's about it.
Great. Thank you very much.
John, I have a question
for that update.
Sure.
I'm sorry, who's got a question?
People who have had parks reserved and was planning to use it, are they getting their refund back, or how are we handling that?
Yes, sir. We canceled the reservations. We initially canceled through March 14th, April 14th, to sort of coincide with what the school district was doing. And refunds are being issued. Recently made the decision to push out to the end of April, and with the thought that it likely could go beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again, John. We've taken quite a few comments regarding item E1, so I'm going to ask our city clerk if she can bring us up to date on the comments we received via email. Alicia, if you would, please.
Yes, the first comment is from Joanna Torres. She says, I emailed my council representative, Mr. Hawley, and copied our mayor, so I will try to be brief. I would like to respectfully request that you consider taking the 3 actions briefly discussed below to protect your constituents in the state of emergency. 1, please consider implementing a freeze on all evictions. I know there's a lot of confusion about the state's executive order truly means, but many housing advocates throughout the state continue to sound the alarm that it is simply not enough. It is my understanding that the Leadership Council has reached out to our city manager about the matter. Please listen to these advocates in the front lines. Number 2, please consider lowering or subsidizing the water fees. As we have all heard, we need to properly wash our hands multiple times a day. It is my understanding that the city will not shut off the water for non-payment, but please keep in mind that many residents are working less hours, if working at all. It is no one's best interest that anyone thinks twice about washing their hands due to fear of what the bill will look like after the fact. Number 3, many stores have excessively increased the prices of essentials. Our police department suggested that we choose the store that best suits our budget on Facebook. Please keep in mind that the stores Maderans complained about were in walking distance to residential homes. Most do not have the necessary means to shop around town, nor is it ethical to expose everyone even more. Therefore, please implement a similar ordinance as the city of Fresno, where stores are obligated to post about price gouging laws. In addition, please closely monitor the complaints, outcomes, and trends.
Can I answer that, Mayor or Hilda?
You know,
Can I talk about price? Can I talk about price gouging?
Yeah, Chief, I'd like you to, because this comment is under item E1. It's not necessarily a public comment, and I think it would be appropriate for you to address that. So I'm going to say yes unless Hilda tells me no. I'll take that as a no. Go ahead, Chief.
Okay. So price gouging. If she doesn't answer, it's a no.
Exactly.
We have a team that goes out and investigates every case where the public has reported price gouging. So what you have to what the public has to understand about price gouging. So when we go, we ask and we do an investigation, and we ask the store owner, show me receipts before this virus hit and what you were selling an item for. Show me the receipts where you purchased this item and what it cost, and now show me the price you're selling it for. Not to say, to date, we haven't been able, by the law, substantiate price gouging because the stores in question, it's who is supplying them. Like in this case, we'll say a case of water is $20. Well, that individual paid $16 for that case of water from his supplier. So it's not the store owner that's doing the price gouging. He's trying to make a profit, and it's not a large profit. So it's a very specific law. And if the store owner does not have the receipts and the tracking on that, then we can go after them. But when they present those, by law, that's not price gouging. The owner is just trying to make a profit from what that middleman and the other supplier is charging. And I know people get frustrated and they don't understand it, because you look and you see a case of water is $20. That's insane.
Yeah.
And in regular times, 3 months ago, you're absolutely right. That would be price gouging. But right now, and as we've seen, try and find toilet paper. Okay. Now, that's not to say that they purchase toilet paper for $2 and they can charge $20. That would be price gouging. But as you conduct your investigation and they have all the appropriate steps have been met, and they purchased that roll of toilet paper for $15, and their markup is $3, that's not price gouging. And so I know it's hard for the public to understand, and that's why it said it may come across as cold and callous, where it says shop somewhere where you can, the price is different. And I understand people walk, but this individual at this store may be selling it for this, but you can go over to this store and it's a different price. And maybe we should have worded that a little better, because I didn't like the way it was worded, but that is the truth of it.
Thanks, Chief. I appreciate the comments. And I have a quick question for you and Mr. Rodriguez, either or. As you talk about people reporting, I really don't want to jam up the 911 lines, but as we get aggressive with social media, are we going to post a particular number for people to call as it relates to price gouging or people congregating that shouldn't be, things like that?
So yeah, we have a number. It's our non-emergency line that they call. The majority of our requests for congregating or price gouging is coming across our social media, and we have people that monitor that 24/7, and we respond to those immediately.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
So, and just real quick,
yes,
I do want to give a shout out to Fire too. I didn't include them, but they've been going above and beyond, and they've actually gone and cleaned city facilities, and they're doing a heck of a job. Maddie Mendez has delivered supplies to the PD for the city, which we've distributed. Mike Unger at the Mission, the food bank, tremendous help. So it's just Maderans coming together and knocking this thing out. I couldn't be more proud of our community.
Thank you, Chief. I agree. Thank you very much. Alicia, I assume you have a few more comments, or was that all?
I do. Councilmember Montes.
Yeah, I want to see if I can just kind of feedback on that last comment and what the Chief said. One of the things that was mentioned in that as well was compiling data or information so that we can disseminate that to the public, because I think what they see, and it happens to me too, because I do the price gouging investigations in Fresno, and what Chief is saying is you know, it's hard to kind of convey that where price or the supply chain is going up. You know, it doesn't really sometimes constitute price gouging. It is more expensive, but you know, letting the people know that, hey, we are going out and investigating these. Your complaints aren't falling on deaf ears, because they don't see that sometimes. They just see, hey, I sent the complaint and they didn't do anything. So I'm not saying you guys are doing a bad job or anything like that. Maybe we can release some of that information, whatever we can. And I don't know what we can release on it. I try to, when I get complaints, to let people know, like, hey, this is what happened, and this was the outcome of it, just so that people don't think that we're doing nothing. And hopefully that will alleviate some of the multiple complaints on the same thing, right? And so when I get complaints, I try to be as detailed as possible. The item, the kind of the time and the location, obviously. So I don't know if that's something that we can do, Chief.
Oh, absolutely. We can do a better job at getting that message out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman. Alicia, if you want to continue with additional comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I have three from Patsy Mejia, three different topics. The first one is accessibility to city council meetings. While watching this evening's live stream meeting, I noticed there's no immediate accessible forum where one can pose a question to our local representatives regarding agenda items. In fact, I noticed you often turned and asked if there was a public comment in the lobby of City Hall. This is quite concerning given the current public health crisis we currently find ourselves in. This not only highlights a complete disregard for the safety and health of Madera residents, but a lack of creating accessibility for Madera residents to provide public opinion or comment. With this in mind, what measures do you anticipate implementing to keep Madera residents safe and secure within their homes while facilitating access to Madera City Council meetings? I look forward to a prompt response. The second one is safety of Maderans amid COVID-19. Good evening, my name is Patsy Mejia. I'm writing to share widely circulated concerns regarding the urgent needs of Madera residents amid the public health crisis. I respectfully ask that our local leadership consider the following to ease the exponentially increasing economic burden brought on by COVID-19 on Maderans. Please consider implementing a freeze on all evictions, renters, and home buyers. Madera residents should not have to worry about how to pay their rent or mortgage amid a pandemic that threatens their safety and livelihood. Please consider lowering or subsidizing water fees. It is no one's best interest that anyone thinks twice about washing their hands due to fear of what the bill will amount to. And number three, please implement an ordinance where businesses are required to inform consumers via postings about price gouging laws and ensure enforcement by closely monitoring complaints, outcomes, and trends. And this is access to internet and technology, because Madera, also from Patsy Mejia, Because Madera Unified, like many other California counties, has implemented school closures through May, I would like the Madera City Council leadership to seriously consider providing internet access and technology to all of our students, as many students, like myself, have had to return home from university. This pandemic has highlighted the digital divide between Madera and other California cities. We need to provide adequate resources to our students and residents in order to help all of our residents succeed. And one more from Patsy Mejia. Will the city of Madera provide relief for residents once freezes are lifted on rent?
Excuse
Can
me,
Madera
Alicia?
residents, I'm sorry?
I'm not just sure if anyone can hear you. I don't know. Are your speakers working?
Yeah, I can hear
It's
her.
me?
It might be you, and I'm also looking for Councilwoman Gallegos. I don't see her name anywhere. But we can hear you. I think everybody, what made it might have just been you, Mr. Rodriguez. Did everybody else hear Alicia okay?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
I can hear her very well.
I'll continue if that's okay, Mayor.
Sure.
Will the city of Madera provide relief for residents once freezes are lifted on rent? Can Madera residents count on the city council to ensure that your residents are not evicted once eviction freezes are lifted? And I have just one more, and this is from Elsa Mejia regarding COVID-19. Good evening. My name is Elsa Mejia. I am writing to share widely circulated concerns regarding the urgent needs of Madera residents during this pandemic. I have provided my translation to facilitate understanding for monolingual Spanish-speaking residents. I respectfully ask that our local leadership consider the following to ease the exponentially increasing economic burden brought on by COVID-19 on Maderans. Please consider implementing a freeze on all evictions, renters, and home buyers. Please consider lowering or subsidizing water fees. It is no one's best interest that anyone thinks twice about washing their hands due to fear of what the bill will amount to. Please implement an ordinance where businesses are required to inform consumers via postings about price gouging laws and ensure enforcement by closely monitoring complaints, outcomes, and trends.
Thank you, Alicia, and I really do appreciate all the comments that were sent in. We're kind of learning as we go. You know, in hindsight, some of these comments maybe could have been read before. I think we got some of them a little bit later on. We're trying to address all comments and make this as smooth and seamless as possible. I'd be happy to reach out to Patsy Mejia and Elsa Mejia on some of their concerns. I think some of their concerns were also addressed by the chief and some other things that we recently discussed. So hopefully those questions got answered. But to everybody who comments, at this point, as I mentioned in the very beginning of the meeting, we are offering the lobby. If you do come in, if you don't have access to internet and you want to email a question or a comment in, that's great. But in order to give everybody access, we're limiting one person at a time to come in, use a phone, and not be in contact with anybody, and give your public comment, as did Mr. Khan at 6 o'clock this evening. So we're trying to improve. We know we can get better at certain things. We're doing the best we can to receive everybody's comment, and then of course, when possible, give you an answer to those comments. So thank you all very, very much for those comments. And now I'll come back to item E1, and I'm going to ask my colleagues if there was any other calls or concerns or something you want to bring forward to the council that maybe you've received other calls from constituency or concerns. Councilman Montes, you have something.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and one of these items, I have two things. One of these items was touched on, or actually both of them were, but so for businesses, essential businesses, I've actually had somebody reach out that was an essential business owner and represented some other essential businesses. And they were not opposed to limiting hours, but one of the concerns that they had was, you know, if there's nobody at the shop, what could happen. And I don't know if that's something that's been addressed with Business Watch. I know PD has been out and about and, you know, getting people off the street. I know that personally because they took some people off the street that were next to my house. So thank you for that, Chief.
You're welcome.
You know, this is something that maybe, I don't know if we can reach out to them during Business Watch. Maybe we can come up with something, some solutions, because I know we don't want to incite any panic but it is a legitimate concern that they have, and they've reached out to me to see if we can do something to address that.
I'm sorry, Chief, before you answer that, can I kind of piggyback on Councilman Montez's request, because we might be talking about the same thing. I don't want to be redundant, but there have been a number of essential businesses or specifically convenience stores that have grouped together recently and said that they want to be part of the solution. And they feel that maybe being part of the solution would also be limiting their hours. As I mentioned before, Walmarts and Save Marts, they've reduced their hours. I don't think anybody's open past 9 p.m. In town right now, but the convenience stores realize that some of them are open till midnight or even past midnight. So being part of that solution, and still considering themselves an essential business, they felt if we together as a coalition reduced our hours, or if the city wanted to have some sort of ordinance in place that said convenience stores specifically close at a particular hour, one of their concerns was patrol, possibly theft and things like that. So I'm not sure if exactly that's who you were talking about, Councilman Montez, but
yeah,
those were a number of calls over the last couple of days that I received. So with that, Chief, if you wouldn't mind addressing.
Yeah, and like I said, part of the things that we've done, and if you watch Facebook, we are paying very, very close attention to businesses right now, and keeping an eye on them and patrolling them to make sure that nothing happens to them. So if store owners, even essential businesses, choose to close early, that would be fine. They would probably just need to let us know, and we would include them on our checks. Like I said, every shift does them. We have no problem doing that. If you're looking at maybe passing an ordinance, the only thing that I would suggest, maybe the last thing we need right now is another ordinance. And what I mean by that is, like with essential businesses, if you lay down an ordinance based on a group, it's going to impact other people that may not be in that group. So that's the only thing that I would think about. So I think it's a great idea, but you would need, you need to look at, do we get buy-in from everybody, or are we going to penalize one group because one group wants to do it? As far as enforcement aspect, you bet we'll take care of it.
Yeah, I have no doubt with that, and that's exactly what I had told them as well, that the PD is on it. But to that point, it's a very good point. I asked some of them, you can certainly do a self-imposition of reduced hours. If you want to close yourself as a store owner at an earlier time, that would be great. But I think the concern with them is, if a few of us close, that gives more reason for people to stay open till midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And so they kind of feel like maybe this is something that could be in place for everyone, rather than just pick and choose. It's an ordinance that we would all have to abide by versus just a self-imposed reduced hours. And I'm not sure if my colleagues have any thoughts on that. I just, like Councilman Montez, I just want to relay the concern of a number of phone calls that I've received. Councilman Robinson.
Unmute. He's still on. We can't hear you.
I think he's trying to find the button.
He had it before.
Okay.
Tell him go to the house and help.
You hear me now?
Okay, Mr. Councilman, we can hear you now. Go right ahead.
Oh yeah, I saw somewhere where businesses have designated markers of 7 feet apart while the customer are waiting in line, so there'll be less impact for social distancing.
Yeah.
That could be used also.
It's already being used.
Yeah, quite a few stores in town have already implemented that 6-foot tape on the floor, 7-foot tape on the floor, and banks have done it as well, and things.
Yeah, I thought you said that you saw some people bunched together.
Well, you can always see that somewhere.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Arnaldo, I wanted to ask a question about the numbers of laid off employees.
Yes.
You mentioned a number. Could you repeat that?
So one of the things that from speaking with John, John's going to have more recent information on that because some of the employees that we've issued temporary layoff notices to, they're all within the Parks Department. Some of those individuals were bumping up. We have a maximum number of hours that certain employees can work. And some of the employees were bumping up against that. However, some of them were actually program coordinators or program leaders for some of our youth programs or senior programs. And I'm going to defer to John. John, can you have the most recent number? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. The most recent number is 64. They're comprised of recreation leaders, part-time people that helped us to run our senior programs, the Madera Unified After School program, and our youth and adult sports program leaders. Oh, and aquatics, excuse me.
Right. Yeah, there are different aspects, and I saw that list.
Right.
So for them, I heard you, Arnaldo, say that part of it was a budgetary decision. I think I heard you say that.
Yeah.
To make the determined to do the layoff.
Some of it's going to be the budget, and then part of the other challenge that we're going to have is those programs have been cut. So finding adequate work for those employees, it's kind of a challenge because of the skill set.
Yeah, and that was another question I had. You know, that obviously you've been looking into that, seeing the skill set. Not everybody can do these other jobs, so it's a difficult thing. So when you say temporary layoffs, do they have any hope of coming back after this is over? We come back to some kind of normalcy. I know it's impossible for you to that judgment call right now, but are these layoffs with the opportunity when things get normal to come back?
That's the goal. Yeah, absolutely. That's the goal. We have a lot of just solid employees that have been with the city for a long time, and for a number of reasons. Some of them simply want to work part-time. Some of them could be students. Some of them could be parents. Some of them are grandparents that they only want to work part-time. And so our ultimate goal is to bring those people back. One of the challenges, a lot of it's going to be dependent on how long this goes, because our aquatics program runs through the summer. So if this goes through the summer, and hopefully, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and hopefully that's not the case, that would be kind of challenging. With that said, we have looked at some of those employees, and we've shifted some of those employees where they had a skill set that met some of our needs. But then long term, as you start looking down the horizon, it's like, okay, well, that could be a temporary job for about a week or two, but then what happens after that task is complete? But the goal has been to try to find an assignment for that employee, because our ultimate goal is we don't want to lose good people, because there's a lot of impacts to them personally. And right now it's very difficult to find employment for a lot of people. But then also if we have to bring the people back, trying to train people and find qualified people is a challenge as well. And so it's just not a good situation, but we're trying our best. And we've let them know that it's temporarily, knowing that some of those, when we do have an opportunity to bring them back, some of them may probably find other employment. And that's going to create some challenges for us.
Councilman Montes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so this one is going to go to Arnaldo. So given the comments that we've received, and I had gotten some calls on that too, wanted to see if council would be amenable to exploring the water rate reductions on a temporary basis. And I don't know, right now, I don't know what that looks like. Is it kind of like a care type of deal? Is it just across the board? But I wanted to see if we could at least get staff to bring some options back if council wishes to move forward with that. I know it's a hard one, but this is unprecedented times.
Yeah, so as far as staff goes, we're going to take the direction of the council. If that's something that the council would like staff to employ, to really dig into it to see if that's feasible, and then we'll definitely do that.
let me just add that, sorry.
Oh, no, please.
Let me just add that the benefits are twofold, right? So we can promote people washing their hands a little bit more. At the same time, people have a concern about if I use more water, my rate, I'm going to have to pay more. And then the people that are impacted, there still are a lot of people that, are losing their jobs or getting their wages reduced. I mean, we just had what was the number, John? 64 people that laid off.
That's correct.
I mean, whatever we can do, and I know we're not going to solve every single problem today, but if we can bring something back, if council is okay with it.
Is this something that would fall under the state of emergency, Arnaldo? Is this anything that would require a Prop 218, or could council just make that decision?
That's something that I'm probably gonna have to take a look at along with Hilda. And it looks like Hilda's back on now. It seemed like for a little bit there we're about to lose the show. Hilda, do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry. I keep getting something on the screen saying that my internet connection's unstable, so I'm not sure. So were you? Somebody was asking about adjusting utility rates. Anytime you adjust utility rates, Prop 218 kicks in, unless the city wants to pay from its general fund.
And so even if, hypothetically, Hilda, if we were going to do a temporary reduction, so hypothetically, say for the next 90 days, we're going to reduce
a reduction is still a change.
It's still a change? Okay.
Right.
And I appreciate your comments, Mr. Councilman, because as you had mentioned, anything we can do, as we talked about the evictions and foreclosures, to offer that help to our residents, I think that's a good point, a point well taken. That was my concern, was any kind of increase or decrease to that particular fund, I thought might trigger a 218.
So even Hilda, sorry, Mr. Mayor, for interrupting. Even
please go ahead.
Like a care program, like PG&E does, type.
Right. For example, some cities offer subsidies for senior citizens or disabled, but they pay from the general fund because other ratepayers cannot subsidize them.
Okay, so we would be able to do it without a Prop 218 if it came from general fund.
Correct.
Any other comments from council about discussion and action on measures to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Gallegos.
I kind of went away for a while because my computer died, so I apologize if this has already been said. I tried to put it on my iPad to kind of follow you, but it's a delayed. I've gotten several phone calls from a lot of our residents that are concerned about a lot of families just going into Walmart with their kids, with the babies in the strollers, not going in to get what they need and coming out. And because of this, we have a lot of our residents going to Walmart in Kerman and in Fresno because they can order online, they drive up, they open up their trunk, they put it in and they're out. Because they're concerned about going to Madera Walmart because there's just, everyone is there and they're looking at it as a social event to see people. So I don't know if we have a right to put anything in place or say anything or enforce anything, but I'm getting it left and right through emails, through texts, through phone calls. I don't know if anybody else is getting that, but I'm constantly getting that every day.
Yeah, I agree with you, Councilwoman. I get quite a few calls as well about the same thing.
And so one thing that we can do it, probably at least initially, is we can reach out to Walmart and just to speak with the manager and express some concerns that we've heard in the community. Sometimes that helps. I understand some Walmarts. So I'll admit I have not been to the Walmart in Madera since it started, so I'm not too sure. But I do know that from watching the news that some Walmarts have implemented one-way aisles. But again, I don't know if the Madera Walmart's done that. But what we can do as staff, I will reach out to the manager of Walmart and I'll speak with them, and I'll express some concerns that have been discussed tonight, just to see if there's anything we can do to encourage them to encourage kind of their customers to respect some kind of social distancing if that's appropriate.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hilda, I have a question for you and/or Mr. Rodriguez. When it comes to possible federal aid, some sort of stimulus that's going to be offered, would that be if a city enacted some sort of ordinance because of the COVID-19, whether it be a curfew, whether it be reduction of hours, things like that? Would that then make them available versus just self-imposing certain things?
Yeah, you already declared, the governor's declared a state of emergency and the city has. So that would, if there's any funding, there may be some specific limitations, but generally all the reimbursements and the like for expenditures that are related to COVID-19, you'd be eligible for. And so it's important to make sure that you keep track of everything, which I think you are already.
But I'm talking about not the city, but businesses in town.
Oh,
whether it's essential or non-essential.
I don't think there's I don't think there's that kind of distinctions being made from what I've been reading. It's just basically aiding businesses.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have anything to add?
Mayor, if you, before you move on to the next subject, then did you decide on the time for the Monday meeting?
Yeah, Saturday. It wasn't. It was Monday.
I'm just kidding. No, I did not. I think I'll defer to council. I'm not sure if regular meeting time at 6 p.m. is appropriate. I'm not sure what everybody's schedule is. If a morning meeting would work, it would just be the one item. Is that correct? So can we take a quick poll from council?
Well, everybody's at home, I guess.
So would 9 a.m. work for everybody on Monday morning?
Work for me.
Steve, would you be able to make that?
Yeah. Oh.
I'm sorry, were we shooting for 9 a.m. or 6 p.m.? I heard you say 6, Mayor.
I threw them both out there, but the last one was 9 a.m.
Hilda, does that give you enough time to get it ready for us by 9 a.m.?
I would prefer the 6 p.m. or later in the afternoon. Earlier in the afternoon is fine, but that'll just give us more time and make sure we have the 24-hour notice.
I would agree. I think if we can get this done at 6 p.m., I would be in favor of that.
Does that 24-hour notice include weekends? Just a straight 24 hours, is that right?
Correct.
And we're supposed to have the information hopefully by Saturday latest?
Hopefully by Saturday by the latest.
Okay.
6 p.m. on Monday, fine with me.
I'm here.
Is that all right? Yeah, Monday. Okay. This is discussion. It says on action on measures. Is that something? I think this was just complete discussion on where we are on an update of COVID-19. There's no action to be taken. Is that correct?
Right. It was action that the city manager has taken.
Right. Not necessarily action for council.
Correct.
If there's nothing else, we'll move on to item E2. This is requesting direction on criteria for the placement of new solar-powered street lights as a part of the city's energy improvement program in partnership with NG Inc. And I believe Mr. Rodriguez, maybe in tandem with Mr. Helmuth, will be giving this report.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm going to switch over to a PowerPoint. I understand that the timing does not seem ideal right now, and there's probably more pressing issues. With that being said, as the council is aware, back in December 18th of last year, the council approved a $19.2 million project for some energy enhancement items throughout the city. 76% of those funds were allocated to solar panels. The remaining 24% were allocated to 150 street solar lights, or solar street lights, I should say. Some HVAC upgrades, some electric vehicle charging stations, and some other upgrades to lighting throughout the city. So one of the things as this project's moving forward, we were hoping to have a discussion. There's not a decision that necessarily has to be made tonight. We simply want to bring it up to council just to put it on your radar. And as everything with COVID-19 is occurring, we still have some items that, quite frankly, that we're trying to move on from our perspective as well, especially with the NG project, because we are not going to be servicing the debt service on that. And we simply want to make sure that we're receiving the benefits that we're paying for timely. So again, the COVID-19 items have kind of hit us like a freight truck. But with that being said, we are still trying to move the city forward. And again, the timing doesn't seem ideal, but I felt that it was imperative to at least put it on council's radar. So since the council adopted the contract with NG back in December, we've been meeting with NG, and we've been working through some details about what facilities are going to happen first, what's the timing of that, how does that look like, potential disruptions to city staff and city services. So for example, one of the things that we pressed NG on is we didn't want any of our parks disrupted in the summertime. Now, with everything happening, right now may be a good time to start on the parks projects. So a couple of things that the council may recall is, again, that as part of the project, we had 150 street solar sites identified. So these would be new lights in the city. They are not hardwired, so it's not in lieu of, rather it's brand new light post. As part of the contract, NG had indicated, and we agreed to, that NG would not be washing these solar panels, so it's going to be city staff, but NG is going to be maintaining them, and we do have a warranty on them. So in terms of, to provide some context for the council, the existing street lights, so these are the common Cobra headlights, they're typically spaced at about 180 to 220 feet. Now, I know council may say, hey, well, why is there a 40-foot gap? What happens sometimes is if there's a tree in the way, if there's a fire hydrant, a drive approach, if there's a curb cut, sometimes that not necessarily dictates where the street light goes, but those factors are all taken into consideration in terms of the actual placement. So if you go on one street in the city, a street light could be on one house. If you go to the next block, it's probably in the general vicinity, but probably not precisely. But then if you look at the layout of the street, or drive approaches, or curb cuts, at that point, that helps guide the decisions in terms of where they're at. So in terms of the additional lights, one of the things that staff is recommending that council take into consideration is that we maintain the existing standards. And one of the reasons for that is ultimately, as we're adding streetlights to the city, if we start going off the standard, it may become a little bit more challenging, because at that point we're looking at different type of lighting. And then at that point, you may have some street lights that are closer or further away than the standard approved street light distances that have been in the city for a very, very long time. Now, in terms of these street lights at times may not provide the same amount of wattage as your hardwired light. So again, it's not necessarily about street safety. It's about safety, but it's not necessarily about streets. Some of it's pedestrian, and some of it's also just, it helps light up some private property. So we have three type of street typologies in the city. We have our local streets, and I simply identify typical residential roads. Again, it's typical, but there are some atypical streets, right? If you go down Highway 145, there's apartments on there, right? Local roads, not on collector or arterial roads. Arterial roads are, a good example of an arterial road is Almond Avenue. It does have direct access. Sometimes there's one lane in each direction with a continuous left turn pocket. Sometimes there's 2 lanes in each direction, or then you have an arterial. And a couple of examples of arterial roads, that would be Cleveland, Olive, Schnorr, and Westbury. So again, so those are the more heavily traveled roads. You typically have 2 lanes in each direction. You'll have, in some cases, a right turn lane. You'll have a left turn lane. You'll have a left turn pocket, and then you typically have a sidewalk. Sometimes it's attached or detached. But really, kind of the goal here is to start the discussion. So again, this is not the end discussion. To me, this is the beginning of a discussion to put it on council's radar to start getting a little bit of feedback, or if council has any gut reactions. One of the things that I can tell you from a staff level, we have spent some energy trying to study this. We have not studied it in great depth. And the principal reason for that is before we started to exert any amount of energy, we were hoping to get council's just gut reaction, or if there's any major concerns that we may not be aware of. At this point, staff's recommendation is that they be identified on local streets, which again are primarily single family homes or multi-family homes. But again, it's a local road, not a designated collector arterial road. And then the question is, do we put it mid-block or at the intersection? If you take a look at historically in Madera, you start at the intersection and you work in, inward instead of starting in the middle and working out, because at that point, just the spacing, sometimes it doesn't quite add up to 180 to 220 foot distances. If you take a look at historic blocks, if you look at on the West Coast, as you move further out, especially in the 60s and 70s, when you started going to more of a suburban development pattern, those block lengths got a lot longer, and some of those could be about 880 to up to 1200. They're typically not longer than that because then you end up creating drag strips for travelers. So with that, we did have this map, and I know that this map is not a great map, but one of the reasons I wanted to provide this map is this shows where the existing streetlights are at. Though unfortunately, the one thing I'll tell you is that it's not 100% current. So if you go to the western edge of the community around Lincoln Elementary School, we acknowledge that there's streetlights that are there, but yet they're not shown on this map. But again, I think a lot of these maps are probably going to be in the, probably some of the slightly old, older parts of the community that were built at the time when streetlights were not mandatory. And with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Keith, who has a Google map. So I'm going to change over to Keith's screen, and then he can bring in the Google aerial. Keith, if you're okay with that, and at that point, we can kind of start zooming in on some of the roads. So as Keith is doing that, yeah, please go right ahead, Keith.
Okay, yeah, this is the Google Map Live, so we'll be able to go ahead and show a little bit more detail on this. So when you look at this map, you'll see in some areas the streetlights look fairly dense in terms of the area. What the dense areas, like in here and here and there, those are the newer areas. As you start to move into the downtown areas, you'll start to see that that there's not as many streetlights. That's because that is the older areas of town, and streetlights didn't necessarily go in certain areas, or they went in and on the corners. So as I zoom into this particular area, you'll see that there's streetlights on the corners as you go through here, but you won't necessarily see anything on the actual streets where the driveways are fronting. So and I'm going to guess, if I had to guess, these individual streetlights are probably owned by PG&E, and the city pays a monthly flat rate on them. So when we talk about spacing through here, we go ahead and measure between those two streets, and we got about 650 feet or so. So that would probably mean that we would add 2, maybe 3 streetlights on that particular street if that street were selected. Other areas you see through here, we'll zoom in a little bit tighter, the spacing changes. That drops down to about 289 feet, and that would be one street light would probably work out fine to go ahead and break that up. So it drops well below our ideal spacing. But you'll see this sort of scenario throughout the older areas of town. Regardless of where you're going to go, you'll probably see a street light on the corner. And streetlights in the corner are good for safety, gives the people a little bit more ability to go ahead and turn left and right, and that's probably why they went in on those areas and not necessarily mid-block. But you'll see this throughout town where we're missing. See if I can clear this. Where we're missing the mid-blocks. So for our initial question of council, it's generally where would council like to see streetlights? There's quite a few areas. I think our preliminary look at this has indicated that 150 streetlights may very well fill in a lot of these blank spots.
Yeah, can just provide some context. I think from a staff perspective, one of the things that we would like is just some parameters, if the council has any. The goal is not to necessarily identify exact locations this evening, but if council were to say, you know what, we prefer them on local residential roads, let's fill some in. We like the existing spacing. As an alternative, council can say, well, you know what, we want them every 400 feet because we want to cover more portions of the city. It's just some general parameters, and then what we'll do is, based on feedback that we received from council this evening, we'll go back, we'll start to identifying some locations that fit those parameters, and then we'll provide a map of council to say, hey, here we've identified 300 locations, but when we have 150 streetlights, or based on those parameters, we could say, oh, you know what, we only need 150, and it makes our city, it works well. But it can be, basically some parameters. We know kind of this is a discussion, how I said, the timing, probably not the best timing with everything going on, but one of the challenges that we have is that we're in the process of purchasing the streetlights, and I don't want the streetlights to arrive and we're storing them when they can provide some immediate benefit to our community. And that's the reason for the why we have this kind of this item on the agenda this evening, just to start the conversation.
I appreciate that, Mr. Rodriguez, and I want to give you my input based on a couple of things. One, based on Neighborhood Watch and the number of neighborhoods I've been to, and two, when RDA was up and running, we kind of did something similar when it came to sidewalks and the need of infill projects, whether it was residential infill or sidewalks, or of course missing streetlights. And it really pointed to some of the older neighborhoods, South A, South B, South C Street, were identified, that really had nothing. So I would definitely agree with local roads. That's where we would need to start, and our residential areas. It would be easy to say from a 3,000 foot level that older neighborhoods, but I'm sure that you and the team will be a little more specific. And I do want to be a little specific, because when NG came to us, they themselves did an assessment. They drove around in the evening. A couple of times myself, me and my wife, we drove around in the evening, and places like North A, North B, and North C Street, as we speak, for blocks, have nothing. Merced Street, Tulare Street, they have absolutely nothing. So I think we need to start with those older neighborhoods, or at least some of the neighborhoods that have nothing for blocks in the residential areas. It would be hard to say how many we need in that area, but at least we can maybe start there, and then as we whittle down to the need in the older neighborhoods or the ones with nothing versus how many we can actually install, then maybe council can get a better grip at that point as to where we focus or zero in. And again, to your point, I think it would make a lot of sense to start at the intersection and work your way in. I think that makes a lot of sense. That's just my assessment. This was years ago when NG did their original proposal, I was just very curious as to the lack of lights that we had, and so simply just by driving around. Also, I want to say Santa Bonita, behind Madison School, for Neighborhood Watch, we were in the dark at a Neighborhood Watch meeting, and the neighbors purposely had the meeting an hour later so that we can see that they're completely in the dark. So again, I'm sure you and your team will identify this. That's just my thoughts at this point. Anyone else have any comments or direction for Arnaldo?
Yes, yes, I would like to say that some of the older neighborhoods has taller or larger trees that probably need to be trimmed so that the solar lights can receive sunlight in the older neighborhoods, you know, like on the east side.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Councilmember. And that's one of the things that, based on the feedback this evening, what we'll start doing is we'll go back, and it's going to be labor intensive. We'll start taking a look at whatever parameters council establishes, and then that's one of the things that we'll start taking a look at. So if we identify an area, we'll have someone from the city go visit the site to make sure, can we place it across the street if there's a large tree, right? Because one of the things we don't want to do is either kill trees or have them removed. And so those are things that we'll be taking a look at. But I had looked at the map that Angie prepared, and I reached out to Angie and I asked them if they could share the map and if they can provide me some context or some criteria that they use to select their locations. And I'm not too sure how methodical they were. Besides, I think they drove around.
Yeah.
And one of the things that kind of from our perspective, we're trying to be a little bit more methodical, and we're trying to use some criteria to say, well, look, this is where it should be, not because of personal preference, but just because this neighborhood lacks it for 500 feet, and that's appropriate, right? Versus another neighborhood that may have some that are spaced out 273 feet apart, but yet at the same time they still have some. So that's kind of the feedback that we're looking at. And again, from staff perspective, I think residential roads seem a little bit more, seem like a better placement of the lights versus some of the major roads, because some of those major roads, we also have other funding sources that we could potentially tap down the road for some lights, whereas we can't necessarily tap those same sources for some of our local roads. And so that's some of our thinking as well.
Sure. No,
and
definitely a good point.
One more thing. Also, to reduce crime, what neighborhood have high burglar rates or whatever, they should have a lights installed there also.
I was going to ask.
I'm sorry, Councilman Rodriguez had a question, and then Councilman Montes will be right after Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. And I certainly wouldn't be opposed to the areas that are lacking lighting, but this kind of segues into a comment that was made earlier by one of the public comments. I think it was a Patsy regarding Wi-Fi. And because we're installing these poles, this would be a good opportunity to, maybe in partnership with the county and the Madera Unified School District, is to try to put some sales for Wi-Fi up at the top of these lightings. And not necessarily with this new project. We're investing over $19 million in this lighting project and I'm sorry, the energy project. This would be a good opportunity also to work with these partners and see if we can bring more value to our city and making it a smart city. And I feel that there's a lot of students out right now, and some of these areas that probably don't have Wi-Fi, don't have lighting, this would be a good opportunity for us to pilot on that as well. Arnoldo, I know you're not looking for I know you're looking for some direction, but certainly something to consider to see if this is something that we can put in place just to give our city more value. Some of the amenities that we lack, again, is our youth wanting to come back and not having something like a Wi-Fi. There's a lot of smart cities that are undergoing this process with the Wi-Fi. And I'm not sure what kind of cost that would be, but I would assume that there would be more cost once you establish the poles and then you go back and do it after the fact versus you put the pole in, you add the cell that goes on top of that pole and possibly provide Wi-Fi for that as well. So those are my comments. I think the comment that was made earlier by Patsy, certainly we should shed some light on that. And because we're undertaking this big project, it'd be something worth considering looking at here in the future.
Very good point, Mr. Councilman. I totally agree with you. This would be the time to do that. And I'm sure there was no pun intended when you said shed some light. Councilman Montes.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I wanted to agree with Councilmember Robinson as well. I don't know if we have anything that ties calls for service in our GIS system, and I think this would be a question for Keith or Arnoldo, or maybe even the chief. He's still there. If that's something that our GIS system is capable of doing, tying in calls for service. I know PD has heat maps or where they're more frequently at. If we can even break that down into accidents at night, if we can use that data to basically direct where some of those lights are, at least.
You want me to answer that, Bob? Okay. Yeah, we do. We have instruments that can measure all the above and then some. So, again, if that's one of the tools that we elect to use, we can certainly implement that.
Yeah, that's what I would like to see.
Plus surveillance cameras.
I have those too.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Well, for me, I looked at that first map that you had, and it showed glaringly that there was a lot of areas east of 99 that could use lighting. It was a real simple and illustrates a lot of how we invest our monies. Now, this is only a start. I mean, we're not going to finish here. And 150 is not going to solve our problem, but it's a start. And if we look at neighborhoods who traditionally have been neglected and they don't have enough lighting, then it makes sense to start there. I could walk outside right now. I want 5 lights on my block because we could use it. But there are neighborhoods that are very much in need of those light poles east of 99.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments from council?
So in terms of direction, council, one of the things that we'll do is based on the feedback that we received today, we're going to start spending some time and energy really drilling down into the existing spacing on some of the local roads, if that's appropriate, starting to take a look at some of the intersections. We'll start to overlay potential crime rates and where we've had accidents. And then quite frankly, it may be some of the same locations, right? So you'll probably start seeing some overlap on those areas. And at that point, expect us to come back to council for probably not for decisions, but maybe additional conversations. I don't see this as a 1 or 2 meeting item, just because, well, one, it's 150 streetlights. People are very passionate about their neighborhoods. And I would expect us to have some healthy discussions about exactly where we place these. Because going back to what Councilmember Garcia said, I think this is a starting point, not the end point. I think if we wanted to really light up the city, what I would probably call appropriately to meet our existing standards, we're probably gonna need substantially more than 150, but I think it's a starting point. And I think it's gonna be hopefully the beginning of lots of conversations about how we can provide better services to our community.
A good point, Ms. Rodriguez, and I want to add to that just a little bit as part of future meetings and discussions. The money, the energy savings money is what we had kind of directed you to spend on streetlights. But that doesn't mean in year 1 we're going to be able to pay for 150 streetlights. This is going to be a phase. So as part of our discussion and decision, are we going to purchase streetlights solely based on savings, which is not every year, or is there going to be an investment knowing that there'll be savings down the road? So I think we need to include that as part of our conversations as we move forward.
Okay, great. And then also for community members watching, if anyone has some ideas that they didn't hear this evening, and then we're off work, and they can reach out to staff and say, hey, staff, have you considered this? And then we'll definitely take it into account, because while we have a great team here at the city, it's hard to cover every block in the city. And the people that know the community best are obviously our community members that are out there, truly in their neighborhoods, and the biggest advocates for their neighborhoods are going to be them. So if they have any feedback, if there's any thoughts that they have, or if there's anything they want to share, then feel free to reach out to staff.
Thank you very much for that. If there's no additional comments, we will move on to the next item, which is item E3. This is an update on negotiations for the golf course maintenance. Mr. Scarborough. John, are you on mute? Or are you just not talking?
Who?
No.
You there, John?
Yeah, how about now?
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Sorry about that. Presentation look good?
It's not on.
I do not see the presentation.
Oh, we see you. And Derek.
Yes.
Hi.
You got it? You're breaking up real bad. Arnaldo, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, John, I sure can.
Is
There's nothing up, John. Nothing's up.
So your
Okay.
PowerPoint was up a few minutes ago or a few seconds ago, and then it disappeared.
Let me turn it off and restart it.
Okay, we're good to go, John.
Good now?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Sorry about that. So tonight I want to bring the council and the mayor up to speed on the current status of the golf course contract negotiations. We put this item on the agenda with the hopes of bringing a draft agreement to the full council tonight for consideration and to receive additional comments in anticipation of bringing a final agreement at the next regularly scheduled meeting. Particularly and absolutely with the COVID-19, the negotiations over the last couple of weeks have changed dramatically. And I just want to bring the council up to speed on where we are currently. This is informational only and no action is required tonight. So over about the last 5 months, staff and the Golf Course Ad Hoc Committee and SGM have both negotiated in good faith in an attempt to reach terms for a new agreement prior to the expiration of the current extension on April 30, 2020. The city and SGM were close to finalizing these terms last month when the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the United States. The onset of COVID-19 has resulted in thousands of Americans becoming ill and in some cases losing their lives. In response, state and local governments have implemented policies to prevent or slow the spread of the disease. While initial data shows these policies to be effective, they have had a severe negative impact on local economies. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused economic uncertainty, which affects the operations at the golf course. The long-term effects of this are unknown at this time. That's a very important point. For this reason, SGM indicated last week that they could not move forward with the terms of the agreement that was very, very close to being finalized. Yesterday, SGM submitted a new proposal with adjusted conditions. The ad hoc committee reviewed SGM's proposal today, believe it or not, and has indicated that they believe the terms to be fair and reasonable. I checked in with city's counsel, legal counsel, and it's not appropriate to talk about the terms and conditions of that agreement tonight, being that it's not agendized. But the details of the negotiations and of that proposal will be brought before council at the April 15th meeting for consideration. Do we have any questions on that so far?
Doesn't seem like it, John, thanks.
Okay. Essentially, the ad hoc committee and SGM were very, very close to arriving at terms that all parties agreed to be fair and reasonable. As the COVID-19 began to gain strength, our contractor seeing the uncertainty in the market, and particularly as it relates to golf activities, began to lose confidence that they could perform under the terms that were being discussed. So they have proposed new terms and conditions. Now I want to just switch gears just a little bit and give the full council an update on the golf course itself. So the golf course is currently open for play. SGM staff are observing protocols to protect the public, and some of these are as follows. All golfers are encouraged to pay online. The sand trap rakes have been removed from all sand traps. Ball washers have been removed from the course. The cups that you would put the golf ball into have been raised. By doing this, it discourages or prevents people from having to reach into the cup to retrieve their ball, thereby spreading germs. All players are prohibited from touching the flags. The signage is posted outside the clubhouse, advising of social distancing guidelines. They've implemented a 1 player per golf cart rule. The carts are sanitized after every use. Gathering limits are strictly enforced. The water stations have been removed from the course. Players are encouraged to bring bottled water with them. There are no more than 2 players in the clubhouse at any time. And hand sanitizer is readily available in the clubhouse. The on-course restrooms are sanitized twice per day, and the workstations are sanitized several times per day. Essentially, the golf course is following protocols very similar to the ones that we've implemented at city parks, paying very strict attention to health department guidelines as far as social distancing, sanitation, and that sort of thing. And I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate that. And just as a reminder for council and the public, the ad hoc committee consists of myself and Councilman Rodriguez and Councilman Derek Robinson. Any questions from council at this point? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
So, John, my kids are out there. They play. They took me out there one time. I didn't survive 18 holes, by the way. But there is a bar there, right?
Yes.
And do they have they closed it down? Are they still able to go in there and socialize? What's the deal with that?
No. So essentially, the food and beverage side is all you can do right now is get a hot dog or a sandwich. And what they're doing is trying to limit 1 person at a time to come in. They pick up their food at the counter and then they leave. So it's operating much like some of the fast food places or some of the restaurants where you can call in and order, walk in, grab your meal, pay, and then walk out. I actually talked to Jeff from Sierra Golf Management this afternoon, and we had both come up with an idea to potentially further or provide further protection, which is to possibly set up a table outside and have participants approach the table, place their order. Then the staff member would go in, prepare the food, or if it's, hot dogs are pre-prepared, package it up, carry it outside. That way the patrons don't even come into the building. So that's something that we're currently considering as we speak.
So for meals and drinks, are they sitting at a table outside?
No, there are tables outside. The vast majority of the people they usually eat at the turn, which is between the 9th and 10th hole. So they'll come in, they'll grab a hot dog, they get in their golf cart and they take off. They're right back onto the golf course.
Thank you, John. Any other questions from council? Appreciate the update and look forward to bringing this back to council in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Next item, this is item E4, and this too is an update on the Downtown Madera Veterans and Family Housing Project. This is a 48-unit affordable housing development located on the corner of 5th and C Street. I believe Mr. Rodriguez will be giving us an update.
Thank you, Mayor. At our last council meeting, Councilmember Garcia had requested an update. And so in terms of the status of this project, council may recall that we were awarded, along with Moore's the Housing Authority and with our private development partner, a grant from the Strategic Growth Council to help develop the two parcels across the street from each other with a total of 48 units. They're 2 3-story buildings with contemporary architecture. Since then, we've had a couple of moving parts. One of them being is that there are large power lines along 5th Street, and then there's also some utility lines that are these are all overhead utility lines that go along both alleyways. And one of the items that the developers identified is that they've expressed concerns about the cost for those. Some of the initial costs had been underestimated based on what they believed it was going to cost them. They've crunched some numbers, they've sharpened their pencils, and they've determined that the cost to underground those, along with some of our utility providers, is going to be substantially more than what they had budgeted for. They had approached the city to see if there was a compromise. Since then, we have expended a tremendous amount of staff time in discussions with them. Well, what we decided to do is we partnered and we applied for a $1 million grant from the Infill Infrastructure Grant program, and we are waiting to hear back from that grant. I spoke with Michael Segala earlier this evening, and I asked him if he had a status update. He said that hopefully we'll know within the next month. If we know within the next month, at that point, the project will continue to move forward. If we are not successful in obtaining that $1 million grant for the undergrounding of that overhead utilities, we're going to go to Plan B. And Plan B is we are going to revisit some of the conditions. At some point, that may require us to go back to both the Planning Commission and the City Council. But at this point, we want to exhaust all potential remedies or any potential grant opportunities. To my knowledge, from speaking with Michael earlier today, I don't believe that the grants are being extended in terms of the award amounts due to COVID-19. So construction, I think, is still required to begin. Now, could that change? Just like everything, right? The past month, our world has changed. But as of when I spoke with him at about 5:30, I don't think that's the case. So that project is going to move forward. The question becomes are we successful in obtaining that grant for $1 million? So far, we've been very successful with that program, but that's not to say that we're going to be successful with this, but we're going to give it the college try, and we're going to keep our fingers crossed. Regardless, that project, it's anticipated to move forward. However, if we do have to make adjustments, we will keep the council and the Planning Commission apprised of any potential changes. And we may have some decision points for council, but we're not quite there yet. Hopefully we don't have to come back to council, in other words.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Rodriguez. I really appreciate that. And I know that was part of our growth, and we were very excited about moving that project forward. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, for requesting that and for the update, Mr. Rodriguez. Any questions of Arnaldo regarding that particular report? Great. Moving on to council member reports. This portion of the meeting is reserved for the mayor and council members to make brief reports on boards, committees, and other public agencies and public events. Also to request updates or to initiate future agenda items and to take action on matters initiated under this section of the agenda. Under this section, the council may take action only on items specifically agendized and which meet other requirements for action. So with that, I will ask for council reports, starting with Councilmember Robinson.
Yes, I've been shut in and working in my backyard, building my garden. That's about it.
We're glad you shut in.
Well, thank you for doing your part and staying safe and staying home. Councilwoman Gallegos.
I just wanted to thank all of city staff for working so hard, and Arnaldo, late hours I know everyone's putting in for all of us and for our residents. So we truly appreciate that. And I miss everybody out there. I can't stop by and say hi or give a hug. You know me, I'm not a handshaker, I'm a hugger. So it's been really hard these last few weeks. And when things get back, you're going to get a big hug from me because I sure miss all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, on mute. There you go.
I just want to say that keep our families and friends close to our hearts, and if we can help anybody out in these time of needs, we should do that. There's folks out there that are hurting right now. So anyway, I just want to say that keep them in our prayers and in our hearts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Hawley.
Yes. Hi there.
Hello.
You guys are doing a wonderful job. I like what's going on. Thank you for all your prayers for my wife. Hopefully she gets to come home tomorrow. It's been cruelty that I couldn't go visit her, but that's the way things are. But things are looking better, and I just appreciate everybody's concern. So stay in touch.
Absolutely, Mr. Councilman. We'll continue to pray for your wife, and hopefully she comes home tomorrow. Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. I too wanted to thank all the staff for everything that they're doing. I think our chief Boston said it best. This is a great team, and given the circumstance that we're in, you know, I know that the staff is doing a great job out there trying to keep everything in place and intact. Even with some of the employees now either at home or maybe the recent layoffs here, but nevertheless, I do want to extend a gratitude to Arnoldo. I see Lieutenant Foss down there will now Public Works Director. Thank you for taking on that. And again, just want to really send out gratitude to all the staff there. Thank you for everything you've done.
Well,
stay safe.
Councilman Montes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I want to do the same thing, reiterate the same thing. Thank you, staff. All the hard work you guys are putting on, long hours. A lot of you guys are still coming into work every day, and I think that's important to show continuity in the services that we do provide, so people don't panic and take things out of proportion. I know nationally things are kind of going crazy, and I think we're pretty fortunate that one of the things that Chief said that it's kind of a one incident thing, but for the most part, we're not seeing huge outbreaks. But right now, I know people are shut in. We can still do things like giving blood. I know I keep getting phone calls from the blood bank saying, "Hey, we need your blood," for like they're vampires. But I was donating on a regular basis, and then I'm kind of like, well, can I go? But it's for a good cause. And I don't know, Mayor, if you were going to talk about the shirts or Yvette was going to, but
absolutely.
Okay, so I completed my census information today. Well, it was completed for me. So yeah, everybody remember about the census.
Fill out your census. You're absolutely right. This is the shirt you're talking about, Mr. Councilman, and I want to thank everybody who's wearing their orange shirts. If you're wondering why everybody's wearing the same shirt today, this is why it's hard to see, but the census is just so important to the city of Madera. The money that we would get for things like education and transportation is just so vital. And today marks the opening day, if you will, of the 2020 census. So we encourage all of you, if you haven't done so already, to please fill out your census and send it in. Is that right, Yvette? Shout out to the Census 2020. Thank you, everybody in Madera for participating. I too want to take the time and echo the sentiments of council and our chief for thanking the team. We have an absolute outstanding team here at the City of Madera, and we're all in this together, as everybody knows, and we all want to be part of the solution. And so I certainly understand the frustration of our community. We share your frustration. We really, really do. This is something that is new to all of us. When we're in a time where the shelves are empty at the grocery store, when there's tape on the floor, when we cannot go to church because churches are closed, when the schools are closed, not for Christmas break or spring break, but closed with uncertainty and a time where we don't know if schools are coming back, and there's been some announcements of that recently. I just want everybody to know that we are doing everything we can as leadership and as a city, at City Hall, every single one of our employees, to bring some kind of stability to address this as best as we can, just like this council meeting where I never thought we would be conducting a council meeting via Zoom or on the internet. This is a time we live in right now. I do ask everybody to continue to rely on your faith and your family and your friends and stay connected. I've said that I'm not a big fan of the term social distancing, but physical distancing. But socially, I encourage all of you to please stay in touch with your friends and family and coworkers and neighbors and loved ones. I think we all need that connection. There has been wonderful partners around the city as well. As was mentioned before by our chief, CapMC has also been working overtime. Our police department, I have never seen so many cars out in the community protecting and serving us on a day-to-day basis, as they always have. And now we add this to the mix. Our fire department, which was called to a pretty nasty fire yesterday, and came through. And I think their quick action really saved a big portion of a long-term mechanic here in town. The rescue mission has beds available, and they're reaching out to homeless and a number of people out there via social media and word of mouth. And the first thing they did weeks ago was Pastor Unger and his team says, we're here to help. All the men and women at Madera Community Hospital, from the doctors and nurses all the way down to service help and cafeteria help and you name it, the entire team at Madera Community Hospital has really stepped up and answered a lot of questions and dealt with this like true professionals. I also want to thank and appreciate our friends at Camarena Health that are doing the same thing and fielding a number of phone calls and people walking in, as well as our Madera County Health Department. Nobody had asked for this, but yet we're trying to do everything we can to deal with it. And I want to give a special shout out to the Madera County Food Bank. On a normal day, I talked to Ryan McWhorter, on a normal month, I should say, the Madera County Food Bank delivers and distributes 250,000 pounds of food every month. That's on average. That's about 8,000 boxes of food. In the last 14 days, they have distributed 300,000 pounds of food, or about 1,200 boxes. Just not in the city of Madera. They're in Chowchilla, they're up in Coarsegold and Oakhurst, and you name it. And they've answered the call, and really with a skeleton crew and a number of volunteers. So a huge shout out to Food Bank and all the partners and all the people here in the city of Madera that are part of the solution. We're all in this together. We're all trying. We accept your phone calls. We accept your suggestions. We accept your thoughts and concerns. We really do. Just know that we are all trying to do everything we can to get through this ugly virus that I have no doubt soon enough will be behind us, and we can move forward and get back to normal type of operation. So thank you all very much for doing that. And one last thing, I really don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I think we didn't finalize. I want to know if council is interested as part of this emergency ordinance, if you feel it's necessary to address limited hours of operations specifically for convenience stores. They had approached me, and I had said that I would bring it to council to see what direction or thoughts were as it relates to possibly having convenience stores close at the same hour citywide. I too am not in favor of another ordinance, Chief. We can ordinance ourselves to death, and an ordinance is only as good as how we can police it. but we didn't get an answer from before, and I'm just curious if the majority of council this evening wants to add that to Hilda's list of things to do as we come back with an emergency ordinance.
But
Temporary.
If I may, Mr.
not for
If
Monday.
I may, Mr.
Councilman Montes.
Not for Monday, Hilda said. Oh, I'm in favor of that. And if I could add another one to maybe if we're exploring to do the posting for the price gouging, but I'm in favor of that. I mean, it doesn't have to be immediately, but I think that we should explore these things.
I'm good with that.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez?
I was going to lean, I'm leaning towards what the chief had said earlier. You know, I think if you do for one group, then the other group might not be in favor. And I'd hate for us to be in a division of convenience stores. So I kind of want to take the wisdom of our chief and kind of roll with that. And those are my comments on it. I'd hate for us to put a line between that and impose something on others that, quite frankly, I'm not sure if that would be fair at this point.
Again, Councilwoman Gallegos, did you have something to add? I saw that you said you were in favor, so I don't know if that was in favor of what Councilman Montes had said.
I'm good with both.
Okay.
Whatever the majority wants to do, I'm good.
The discussion we had, and I agree to that point. If we do for one, we do for all. I just don't know if we get into the weeds. If the discussion became an ordinance about a particular time of the evening, and I'm just going to throw out a time, say 8 p.m. Would we want to close things like pharmacies at 8 p.m.? Would there be an exception to pharmacies only, and everyone else, again, for a temporary or certain amount of time until we get through this COVID-19 virus, to keep people from gathering and in stores?
Yeah, temporary. You know, we have to take measures that will benefit our citizens, especially during this horrible virus.
Yeah. One thought comes to mind, if I may, Mayor and Council. I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but one of the things that we have taken into consideration are gas stations. Gas stations are typically coupled with convenience stores. And one of the challenges that we have is we do have a lot of community members that work odd hours. They have swing shifts, they have night shifts. Some of those are first responders. Some of those people are essential employees. They work at hospitals, they work at fast food places. And one of the challenges with limiting them is that if those employees are trying to get home and they run out of fuel, that could be challenging. So that's just a thought.
I know, very good point. Very good point. I appreciate that.
And that's why, Mr. Mayor, I think the chief had said it best, that I think he and his staff are doing a good job of making these convenience stores aware of trying to keep that social distance and really incorporating what's necessary to try to keep folks from creating these clusters, especially inside the stores. So I'd like to hear the chief. I mean, do you think, Chief Lawson, that our staff can certainly look out for that? I know you guys are pretty running a tight shift there, but is that something that we can certainly implement with what you're already doing? But I mean, would it take additional measures such as an ordinance to enforce that?
Well, I think that would be a question for Hilda, but yeah, you would need an ordinance for that to be enforceable. But then again, you know, like our city manager said, be careful, because convenience stores are also gas stations, and pharmacies, the same thing. People work all kinds of different hours. But with that said, I'm not a policymaker. I enforce the policy that you guys make.
But we also rely on your expertise and your input, so we appreciate that.
Yeah.
That was a good way to get out of it.
You like that?
I know the pharmacies already have lowered their hours.
They've done a self-imposition of certain,
they have.
and I think most stores have. I really do.
Yeah.
I can tell you all of them. I think
all I say is You can pass ordinances, and Fresno's dealing with that now. It's just where you want to go. And keep in mind that I know we're trying to help, but you're shutting businesses down too.
Yeah.
So you're going to hear when you pass an ordinance, we enforce it. You're going to hear. You're going to hear from those business owners. But
for the record, Chief, and for the public, it was actually the coalition of the convenience store owners that had requested this be discussed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe we can bring them on board to be part of the conversation. That's why I think it's at least worth exploring. I'm not saying that it would happen, but get them on board and talk about some of their concerns and how they feel about it if they're bringing it up.
So with that being said, would I be correct in saying, as far as our emergency ordinance, we want to stick to our task as far as adding to the governor's moratorium with some additional language, and that's all we're tasking Hilda with for Monday? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear that last part. What are we adding again? Are we adding the additional convenience stores or we're not?
No, I
okay, I want to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, for census of the council, I think it's not prudent at this point, but I do agree with you, Councilman Montes, maybe there's additional conversations to have.
Yeah.
That concludes my report. Councilwoman Gallegos?
One more thing I just wanted to add really fast, Mayor Medillin, is we're thanking a lot of people out there that are on the front lines. One thing I haven't heard a lot of in the news or in our community is that we're, a valley ag-based, and without those farmers and our agriculture, we wouldn't have food to put on the table and have our professional drivers bringing in those into our stores. So a shout out goes to those ag people that are out there still working the front lines, making sure that we have that food coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for that. With that being said, we will move into closed session. So at this point, Ms. Montoy, I will ask you for an announcement, and then instruction will follow shortly thereafter for who will continue to be on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 items on the agenda. 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. Name of case, MCA 1803 LLC versus City of Madera. G2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated legal litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, and there are 2 cases. And finally, threat to public services or facilities, Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with city manager, city attorney, and I don't think it can be all department heads on all those. Which department heads? You had mentioned the police chief, and who else?
Sorry, Mr. Rodriguez, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Just Chief Lawson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilda. I appreciate that. And at this point, we will have the only council and which one will we be doing first? Thank you so much. With that, Hilda, if you would make an announcement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session. All members were present on all items on the agenda. There is no reportable action.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will adjourn to our next regular City Council meeting, which will be April 15th.
And a special meeting on Monday.
And we look forward to our special meeting on Monday. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.